podcast is powered by Control. Control is a meal replacement and functional foods business whose mission is to improve the lifestyles of gamers and content creators by making them healthier. Their meal replacement shakes and meal on the go bars are the best tasting products in their category while also giving you all the protein, vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients you need to keep you going. Check out drinkcontrol.com and try out the sample kits to see what all the hype is about.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to episode 149 of the XboxEra podcast. I am your host today, Special Nick, because John is very unreliable and immature, so he won't be joining us today. So, the venerable K Asante has joined us today. How are you, good sir?
I am great. I'm happy to be here. Excited to once again be podcasting with you, fine sir. And yeah, Jesse and I just keep circling the same wagon today. It's pretty awesome. It's good to be here.
Yes,
it's been
Jesse's
fun.
also here. How are you, Jesse?
I'm doing well. How are you, Nicholas?
I'm all right. I'm a little bit tired. We had a 40th birthday last night, and it was a fancy dress one. So my wife and all her family, so my in-laws and all that stuff, we all dressed as the Addams family. And I was Thing. So I just bought myself like black tights and a balaclava and I was just dressed all in black so I could disappear into the background because it was like a dark club, whatever you want to call it. So I was just on my sister-in-law's shoulder like this the entire night. Just had my hand on her shoulder like that, just as Thing.
You guys go hard with that. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was full on. Everyone's like, aren't you hot? Like wearing, because I had like a black eye mask as well, like out of like kind of like Eyes Wide Shut. So like a black eye mask and then a balaclava over the top of it, and then my top, and then my black jeans and black boots.
We need photos, man. We need photos. This is amazing.
Well, I'm not in any of the photos. All you see is my hand, and that's it. So that was last night, and that was okay. But aside from that, have you been playing any games at all this weekend?
Me, let's see. Oh, I've been okay. So those that know that I'm a grazer. I'm constantly in the middle of a few things. Yes.
Yes.
In the middle of a few things, and actually, I've now like regulated so that I keep them separate. I've regulated into different devices. So like every once in a while, when I'm hanging out with the kiddos, which I will be doing after this, that'll be Steam Deck time, and that will be Midnight Suns. I think I'm like 12, 13 hours into Midnight Suns. I really love that game. The writing is terrible, the voice acting is horrible.
It's so bad, but the actual gameplay is so good.
It's really fun, and I'm a Marvel zombie, so whether you like it or not, you got to get in there, and the story grips you, keeps you going. Still playing Atomic Heart on my PC. Love Atomic Heart. I'm really digging it, both the good and the bad. It's very kind of interesting, It's almost like I was saying this to Jesse. It's almost like you can see where they stitched all your favorite games together in one. And then just kind of put an SSR sheen over everything. It's very interesting of a game. I just got into the open world, and I just beat the huge spherical boss. If you've seen the trailers, you've seen that. Really great boss fight. One of the better boss fights I've played in that game. So I haven't
played it yet. It seems to be a very nice looking game.
It is a very nice looking. Absolutely, it's a beautiful looking game. I'm a PC heathen, so I'm a little bit sad that the ray tracing got stripped out last minute, but hopefully it will be put back in at some point. Yep. So I've been playing that on PC when I can, and of course my Series S, which is over here, is all Hogwarts all the time, and I sip that one like a fine wine. I think I'm about 30 hours, almost 30 hours into that game as well. So yes, at any given moment I am playing something, and depending on the situation or the mood. So that's me.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure you've just been blocked by that Remedy dev on Twitter too, by the way.
Oh, I hope so. It'd be, you know, if I don't, then I don't. I'm not part of the team. One of us. Come on, block me.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Me, look, anyone who follows me on Twitter saw the photo I posted. I bought Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. And it's funny, my wife actually jumped on it first before I did. And she sunk about 3.5 hours in before she had even realized.
Wow.
And, I went and did some things, cleaned up and all this sort of stuff. Came back and I'm like, you know how long you've been playing that game for? She's like, I don't know, about an hour. I'm like, no, you've been playing for like 3.5 hours now. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah. Time goes very, very quickly when you sink yourself into a game properly. And then I got some time because I bought a physical copy. So I got some time in. I'm enjoying it. I'd never played it on the Wii. And I think Return to Dreamland Deluxe has made me realize that not that I'm done with 3D games, but I just think I prefer 2D now.
Over the other Kirby game, the 3D Kirby game that came out recently?
No, just
that
in
was
general, 2D games in general. Like, I like Forgotten World, but I prefer this. I prefer the simplicity of it. My most anticipated game this year is Benedict Fox, a 2D game.
Okay.
I love my side-scrolling beat-em-ups, 2D games. I love my fighters. They're 2D games. Yes, I understand the visuals are 3D, but they're ultimately on a 2D plane. I don't know. I'm probably just an old man. And I think I'm done with all the open world RPG light. I think I'm just kind of over all that stuff now. I just yearn. I finally beat.
Yearn for a simpler time.
Yeah, I finally beat Metroid Prime Remastered.
Okay.
And I looked at my save file, and it was 16, almost 17 hours. But that was me taking my time, scanning all the lore, all the walls, trying to collect everything. I probably could have had that game done in 10 hours. And yet Metroid Prime was still an incredible experience, despite how short it is. Like, I just don't think games have to be 100 hours long to be great.
Well, honestly, on that note, you're definitely speaking to us old men, get off our lawns, yelling at clouds and all that. The shorter the game is now, the more enticing it is to me. You get in beginning, middle, and an end, move on to something else. The forever games turn me off immediately. You tell me it's a gas game, you tell me it's a story that never ends. I say, thank you, give me let's pass. So I do agree with you on that. Absolutely. Not enough time in the day for all those forever games.
I know. And I've got my games as a service games now that I'm settled into. I've got Fortnite. I've got Rocket League. Every now and again,
so you're cool. You play what the kids play. You're with it.
Oh,
come on now. You're playing Fortnite.
Speaking of kids, oh my! I don't even know if this is a story I want to tell. Like, I've been playing Rocket League so long now that I can almost tell the age of the person I'm playing with or against. That's how long I've been playing.
Based
Rocket
on
League.
their skill level?
On their skill level, the things they do, and even when I hear them talk. But, like, I was playing Rocket League the other day, and I don't know, I just got this sense that I was playing with a young kid. Like, must have been 15, 16. Anyway, I made a mistake in the game, as you do. No one's perfect. And all of a sudden, he got on chat, and he just started going nuts. All kinds of horrible words I cannot repeat on the stream. And that old school Halo 2 player that used to hold his own in verbal stoushes in Halo 2 started to build up inside me, and I'm just like, nah, I'm an adult now. I can't get involved in this sort of stuff. I said to him, I'm like, you're like 15, 16, aren't you? And he's like, yeah, what are you, like 25?
Oh my God. Yeah, because that's old, right?
I'm like, dude, I'm 42. He's like, what are you still doing playing this game? And then he's just calling me all kinds of very inappropriate names. I'm like, listen, I understand you're a child, so I'm not going to say horrible, mean things to you. All I'm going to explain to you is that you need to learn how to play in a team. There's 2 of us here. And he's like screaming it. I'm just trying to talk back at him in a very calm manner. And he's just
Respect your elders here, youngin. Respect your elders.
Oh my God. It's just like, I had to just turn it off. I'm like, it's sad that, like, all the words he was using. And I'm just like, this is how this generation is, and it's scary.
Oh man, you're gonna turn this into to get off our lawns. Unfortunately, I completely agree with you, though.
I wonder, like, in the age we are now, I wonder how these kids are hearing these words, and with the frequency that they decide to use them as part of their everyday vocabulary, like.
Yep. I mean, this is why I don't play online, and this is why I don't let my kids play online, because you just can't filter it, and anyone at any time can drop some ridiculous stuff. I used to be part of the Xbox. I still kind of am. I'm not as frequent in it as I used to, but like they give you beta builds, and you can have access, and every once in a while they'll ask you like questionnaires and things. How can we make online better? What can we do? And I'm just like. Online is just a cesspool unless you're in there with a team of people that you know and play with all the time. And shout out to the great communities that we've built up. That helps. But otherwise, no. Unwashed masses, forget about it. I'm tired of being, because these days my name is kind of synonymous. It used to be other names. The first time you walk into a chat room or you're walking into a game and they key you by the name that's on the screen, you're already in for some colorful language, we shall say. So I just bowed out a long time ago.
It's full on. Like, I just wonder where they hear these words with that much frequency to just use them as part of their vocabulary. It's a different time now. Like, I just... it's frightening stuff.
Absolutely. I don't disagree.
But outside of that distraction, we have a couple of super chats. Jason with an $8 super chat. You didn't need to dress up to look like the Addams Family, true? 100%. Faisal. Fewer cutscenes to skip in 2D games, eh, Nick? Exactly. See, you don't have to worry about cutscenes.
Well, yeah, you're the cutscene skipper. That's a no-no, sir. That's
like,
a no-no. No.
Kirby lets me skip its cutscenes, which is good.
He's a cutscene skipper, yet he wants to do reviews. I don't know that the two are compatible.
Yeah.
Well, we agree that every room, there's a place for everyone, right? There are those who play reviews, who review games only on easy. Just say that at the top. I'm a cutscene skipper. Right at the top.
Everyone knows me by now. Everyone knows me by now. So if they're reading one of my reviews, they should know going in. You're probably not going to hear much about the story in this game. So read my review if you want to know how a game feels to play. And maybe not worry too much about story. But yes, so it's like dinner time for you. Have you eaten anything, Santa?
No, not yet. Actually, there's a wafting breeze in my house right now that I'm waiting to, after I'm done podcasting, to go. So my wife is half Dutch and half Surinamese, and Surinamese is South American. Well, yeah, South American, right above Brazil, and they have very different eclectic African inspired foods. And she's made something very chicken and whatnot. It's an interesting thing. I might put it on Twitter today. I'll post it.
So what you're saying is you're not going to order any control and get yourself some control.
Actually, I've tried control. Based on your great reviews and your great recommendations, I have tried control. Yes. Now, the problem I had was, until I work out, I want to have control. When I'm working out, I want control to be a supplement. But when I'm not working out and I drink control, I feel like I'm not earning it. So I'm trying to get back into the swing of it, and then I can incorporate it into my workout.
It's a meal replacement. You can have it whenever you feel like. Even if you're just a bit hungry or whatever, you can just have it. Okay. I usually have it before the show because I don't get a chance to have proper breakfast. So... I just have it for the show, and it's real good.
I got the one with the shaker and a few different. It's like a pack that comes with a few different flavors. Yeah,
Samples.
And the shaker as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep, they're great. Yeah. Okay. Well, make sure that if you haven't got any at the moment, go to drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra and use our code for 10% off. And I'm telling you now, everyone I know that's actually bothered to try it loves it. Okay. There was actually a surprising amount of stuff going on this week, and it all just happened bang, 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 one after the other. And off the top, I guess the biggest talking point that at the same time wasn't a talking point was the state of play. So Sony had their state of play, which I feel like the sentiment I'm seeing on Twitter is that most didn't enjoy it. They didn't think it was anything special, but some stuff came out of it. That was the thing about that state of play. And I think the primary thing that came... I mean, what do you think of it, the state of play, yourself?
I thought it was one of... And Jesse and I had talked about this already. I thought it was one of the lesser state of plays, but he corrected me in saying that the state of plays have always kind of been almost an indie kind of showcase. But on that point, it's kind of odd because I tend to be a VR guy and I love VR and I love what it stands for and everything else. Not too many of the VR games grabbed me in this. They all seemed a little light, a little experience like. You know what I'm saying? Like VR started with experiences, and now you can move past that and get actual full games. A lot of these still seemed a little bit experience heavy to me. They did look interesting, and if you're not me, if you don't have a PC VR and all this other stuff, this will be awesome for you, right? But one or two of them, like I think Humanity, I saw was in there. That was a very interesting, cool. Odd thing,
almost like Lemmings, a little bit of Lemmings about it.
They had very weird. You could make your own stuff. It was very eclectic in their pursuits. Oddly enough, what I found was interesting here was it looks like Sony is leveraging more of the indie space more here, like quirky, odd little games that I thought was interesting. That gave me hope. They tended to be a lot of remaster remakes of late, big AAA things. All the cute. There's Humanity. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. The quirky little odd games have not really been pervasive in their lineup so far. So this I thought was pretty cool. I see odd stuff that they're trying to promote, and a few of them will be coming to their service, their premium service. So I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, like by and large, the masters of the show, this was not their highest for me. This was maybe at best on a 7 out of 10. I think at best.
Yeah. I didn't mind it. We saw Chia again, which I think
I really like Chia. Chia looks great.
Yeah. Resident Evil 4 continues to look really good. All the thirsty folk got Cammy in Street Fighter 6. Man,
thirsty folk.
did I see some reactions to Cammy online? Here they were sort of trying to, I guess, desexualize Cammy, and they failed miserably at it. But Street Fighter 6, I'm very much looking forward to Street Fighter 6, but the more I see of it, and don't get me wrong, because I saw some people online say some stuff about my opinion, but like, it looks good. Don't get me wrong. Street Fighter 6 is a good looking game, but I feel like I think I prefer the art style in Street Fighter 5. And that's not
the more cell shaded style.
6. Yeah, like I feel like Street Fighter 6's art style, it's like it's half Street Fighter 5, but then also trying to look realistic as well.
Sure.
And it's like they don't know which one they want. Where Street Fighter 5 was just Street Fighter 4 evolved. Street Fighter 4's art style, but we're taking it a bit further. This, it's like, we want these characters to almost look real, but then we're also still tapping into Street Fighter 5's look. It was, I don't know, it's just...
Without the cell shading, though, it kind of gives me a little bit of Need for Speed Unbound vibes, realistic, but then every once in a while they'll throw some flourishes in there. I didn't think I'd like it in Unbound, but I actually did. I thought it was kind of interesting.
I thought
in Unbound it was cool. So I'm reserving judgment a little bit. I'm trying to see, how it actually plays, because Unbound as well, I wasn't really huge in, But then I started actually playing it, and I was pleasantly surprised at how cool the flourishes were and all that. And
Yes.
I do see your point where it's almost like they're stitching together some aspects of 4 and 5, but then they're adding a realistic element to it. It's we'll see.
I don't
We'll
know.
see.
It's not for me. It's not quite meshing. Again, I'm not saying it's not a good looking game. It is. It's a very good looking game. It's just I'm just saying I think I prefer how Street Fighter V looked. I don't know. There was something about Street Fighter V's look that I loved. We got introduced to Lily, who appears to be a modern day T-Hawk, from what I can tell about Lily. We were introduced to Zangief. We got the new look Cammy. So Street Fighter 6 continues to look pretty good. I'm looking forward to it.
I hope that they give us some real story elements. Kind of like I think I've been spoiled by Mortal Kombat, so now I kind of want a good first person narrative, like real story for it. If they could, it'd be really cool because I love those characters. You know, if they really took it that far, crazy story. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. Yeah.
Yep. We've seen Jesse has been showing Resident Evil 4 as well. Resident Evil 4 looks really good. They're clearly changing. I feel like they're changing Resident Evil 4 more than they changed Resident Evil 2. Like already for those that really follow Resident Evil 4, there are characters that appear to be further in the game than they were in the original. They had died much earlier. But yeah, it still looks really good. What else? I think the biggest talking point that came out of it, which I guess might be a reflection of the show, is the fact that Baldur's Gate 3 got a trailer and it looked like, but I mean, it is a state of play, so they're not going to mention Xbox on a state of play. I think it was more the fact that even after that, they didn't mention Xbox. So everyone quite rightly assumed, here we go, another Sony money hat.
More money hatting.
Yeah, like I saw some people saying, oh, don't just assume. It's like, but hold on. Let's be honest. It's pretty safe to assume. Like if an Xbox version isn't announced post a Nintendo or PlayStation show, then it's safe to assume, because in the past, that's always been the case. It's either a Japanese game where they just flat out skip Xbox, or there's been a Sony money hat involved.
Sure. Yeah.
So everyone just worked under the assumption that Baldur's Gate 3 had been money hatted by PlayStation. The devs were kind of forced into clarifying.
Yeah, they were bullied.
Almost borderline bullied.
Yeah.
Into clarifying that no, there is an Xbox version. The reason we're not announcing it yet is because we're having some technical issues with the split screen.
Yep.
Which again, people assume is the Series S's fault, which I believe they've also then clarified isn't quite the case. This seems more like it's maybe a dev tools / dev environment issue, if anything. Until they tell us.
Let me ask you a quick question about this Baldur's Gate, though. How many Xbox gamers or PC or any of these console gamers do you really think would be getting into Baldur's Gate 3?
See, that's the thing. I would have so Baldur's Gate's always been a very PC. It's been a PC game forever. I remember when I used to work in gaming retail, and Baldur's Gate 2
was a big deal.
Like, oh my god, Baldur's Gate. But to me, if a game has always been very PC in its history, then that would naturally probably lean more Xbox on console.
Okay.
Because that's how it's also always been on console.
Sure, that's true. That is
Elder
true.
Scrolls was much bigger on Xbox than it was on anything else.
Yeah.
So I feel like Baldur's Gate, people think, no, there should be an Xbox focus there because it's a PC game.
Yeah.
But it turns out Sony didn't money had it. Now, I do find it odd because Larian's not exactly an indie studio. Like they are indie, but like they're not a small studio, I should say. Larian is quite a sizable studio.
Okay.
So I'm finding it odd that these technical issues they speak of,
I mean,
wonder
but I mean, to be fair though, technically, Larian's 2 last games, Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, also released PC day one, and then I think almost a year later the console versions came out. They've always kind of done that. I loved Original Sin 1 and 2. I played the heck out of them. And then when they released on PC, on console, then they did the Witcher, the CDPR thing where you could, you know, take your save with you back and forth. One of the first to actually do that, which I thought was pretty awesome, right? So when I heard this news, until the internet like you know started that uproar, I thought this is just one of those situations where, you know, they'll release it on PC and then maybe a year later you'll get it on console, and maybe Sony just kind of threw the bag at them, so they're prioritizing the Sony version. That was my thought, which none of that to me was newsworthy, you know?
Yeah,
we found out what we found out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I just assumed the news portion of it came from the fact that I guess Xbox people felt that being a PC franchise, Baldur's Gate, Xbox would be more of a priority, I guess. I don't know. I've never played Baldur's Gate. I'm not a PC gamer. I don't care. I just assumed that that's probably what people are annoyed about. With the technical issues, this is the part that I find interesting. Like, it's a PC game first. So you'd think, unless they're developing it in some... I don't know. I'm not a developer, so I probably shouldn't even speak to it. But I don't know if this speaks to a bigger issue with Xbox as a platform. Like, we saw Atomic Heart got analyzed by Digital Foundry, where it was performing a little bit better on PlayStation.
PS5, yeah. A few games have performed better on PlayStation.
A few games lately have been performing a little bit better. And you just... You know, we know that the Series X, we all know that the Series X is the more powerful console, but I just wonder if Microsoft, after what happened with Xbox One, I just wonder if Microsoft lost sight. They were so focused on that, we've got to make sure we've got a powerful console, like we have to make sure. And I wonder if they lost sight of their
development pipeline,
dev environment, and their tools. Like, Microsoft used to be effectively the pioneers of this. So the OG Xbox was literally just a PC, which naturally would have made developing games for it probably pretty easy.
Yeah, pretty turnkey compared to what you do on console versus PC. It's about the same process.
Especially with the PS2, which was a renowned pain in the ass to develop for. But they had no choice because the PS2 was the PS2. Then with the 360, despite being Power PC, they were very ahead of the game in terms of making their console ridiculously easy to develop for and ridiculously easy to get the most out of. With Xbox One, they completely went away from that. With both aspects of it, the console wasn't as easy to develop for, the dev environment wasn't great. And then with the series consoles, like, I don't know, like they put all these cool features in place, but it's like, I don't know, it feels like devs aren't using them as yet.
So to that, I will say I wholeheartedly agree. So myself and my co-host, we've been talking about that for a while. In the beginning, he was convinced that the Series S was a mistake. I think it was a great console. I still think it's a great console. But I do agree that it is up to you, first party, to prove your case that the hardware is actually valuable and worth using, right? I always make the analogy that people used to hate Windows because everybody thought it was Windows 95, and then one day they started releasing Surface devices, matching hardware to software, and saying this is the benchmark, this is the floor. You can make more, but if you make crappy devices, you know, don't blame us because this is what it could potentially be, right? Series S has a lot to offer. A lot of, like, I call it smart development instead of strength development. And a lot of the smart development has not been tapped into because, as you say, third parties don't have incentive to use it, especially when we're talking about the game of you buy my piece of plastic and then I sell you my games. There are more pieces of plastic on the other platform than there are yours. So by that definition, they become the dev box. They become the first benchmark, right? So if they're going all the way in on how you normally develop, and oh, by the way, PlayStation's dev environment hasn't changed much, even between 4 and 5. They've just bolted on 5 features, but it's still exactly the same dev environment you're used to if you developed on PS4.
Yes.
Right? Whereas Xbox just whole cloth changed the whole environment, which in the long run will work, but that means you still have to get up to speed, right? So as great as the hardware is, there is more of a learning curve on the Xbox side. And I was hoping that at some point Microsoft and Xbox would show us one thing that they can hold up to say, okay, we hear all the narratives out there. This is what the Series S is capable of, right? So, and I said this like when they were doing a couple shows, and of course it's ridiculous and unnecessary, but like I said, the first time I see Forza Motorsport, I want to see it on a Series S. And I don't want to know that it's on a Series S. I want you to blow the entire public away and go, oh, by the way, that was the Series S. Because the X has a higher floor. It can do far more, right? If you are able to dispel that narrative at least once, then you're done. Because then that means anytime something comes out and they go, well, we couldn't make the memory work, or we couldn't do this, or we couldn't do that. You can point to that and go, oh, by the way, this is what it's capable of if you spend the time. And so far, a little bit of righteous smoke to them, they haven't really done that. And maybe they don't feel the need to do that, right? Because maybe the bubble of Twitter and all of that is not as important as the entire marketplace. But until they do, right, I don't expect a third party to. And they'll just go as far as they can and then just stop and say, oh, well, this is the best we can do here, when there could be a lot more that could be done, but more often than not does not get tapped into. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. And I mean, I'm sure it doesn't, I'm sure the fact that the PS5's market share, I'm sure, doesn't help the situation. It's probably going to be the lead platform most of the time. It's just funny. It's like it seems like Sony only needed to learn that lesson once, and they've never needed to learn it again. They learned it, so it's weird. The way it went with their consoles, it's almost like how their games are now. Like, they had the PS2, which was a pain in the ass to develop for, but devs didn't have a choice because the PlayStation 2 was the PlayStation 2. So what did Sony do?
Only game in town. Yep.
They doubled down, and then the PS3 was even more of a pain in the ass to develop for because they had their arrogance right up, and then the 360 came along and said, "No, we're the new developer favorite. Look how easy it is to get the best out of our console." Sony only had to learn that lesson once.
Yeah, true.
Once the devs said, "Go get stuffed with your console," that was it. The PS4 became super easy to develop for, and then the PS5, despite its actual hardware being a little more exotic, let's just use the word exotic in nature compared to the PS4, compared to the Series X and all that, that dev environment and those dev tools are still super easy to get the most out of. So like I said, they only had to learn their lesson once. I'm not sure if Microsoft has yet. I feel like that needs to be the focus with this next console, whatever it is. I feel like they need to get back to where they were with the 360, where it's very, very easy for devs to just get the most out of it, especially when you have such a powerful console.
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't disagree that it's up to them to show us what this thing can do. And I mean, I'm a technologist. I spend a lot of time dealing with technology all the time. On paper, that thing is amazing, but but I've also said that just because you have the best hammer doesn't automatically mean you build the best house, right? There's a lot in between from, the hardware is great. Yes, it is. But, as long as your development environment isn't where they want it to be. And clearly, even if the development environment is great, if the other platform is way outshining you on plastic, right? Why would they spend that much time and effort making yours shine when there's far more of an install base on the other side, right? So maybe that was a mistake they made as far as thinking that, hey, if we put smart features in and make it easy, maybe if the Series S sold more, or it starts changing the market on the ground, maybe then people will spend a bit more time there. But as it stands, I want to see the coalition put some effort in and maybe give me an offshoot of Gears, the Gears Hive Busters, for instance. That game, that DLC, small little experience looks so amazing, even on the Series S, right? So something to that ilk that really can make the narrative for them, right? So then every once in a while, because we expect that from first party. Like, I don't expect anybody to make The Last of Us Part 2. I expect Sony to make The Last of Us Part 2 because they spend their time, their development dollars to really hone in and make that work on like old Jaguar cores, and it still looks insane today, right? Yep. So Microsoft can definitely do that as well. I feel like maybe they're in a different market. They have a different mindset. They feel like they don't need to do that. And hey, they are still succeeding, maybe not to the extent that Sony's succeeding, but these consoles are selling and they're doing well. So yeah, those of us who pixel peep and those of us who want to stuff that narrative, maybe we're just not the priority here,
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I just I've seen people saying, "Oh, well, what about all the times when the Xbox won the analysis on Digital Foundry?" And it's like, yeah, but it should be winning. It's not something that needs highlighting when it should be the norm. Like in theory, and purely in theory, the Series X should win a Digital Foundry analysis every single time without fail. Having said that, it hasn't gone unnoticed the way Digital Foundry suddenly gives the wins based on frame rate, where it's funny how that shifted from resolution last generation. Last generation, it was all about resolution. Now, we get PS5 games at 900p and it doesn't seem to matter as much. Yet when we had an Xbox game last generation at 900p or God forbid lower, it was like, man, this is just unacceptable stuff. That hasn't gone unnoticed. That not so subtle shift in where Digital Foundry's decided the focus should be. Like, yeah, I mean, people take their screenshots of the chart dipping with the frame rate, and that's stuff that's for most people that are playing these games, it's fairly infrequent stuff that the majority of people aren't noticing. Even less so for those that have VRR TVs.
Yeah, true, absolutely, yeah.
So that hasn't gone unnoticed, but still, having said that, the Series X should be outperforming it regardless.
Absolutely, like it should be, but here we are. It should be. Sony's ability, because they're using AMD tech, which basically shifts resources from GPU to CPU at a moment's notice. So they're able to kind of eke out a bit more performance on one side and then eke out performance. But technically, if you ever get to a place where you're really pushing the envelope on both ends, there is potential for more diminishing returns on Sony's side. But for some reason, well, not for some reason, for the reason that they are the market leader, and as such, the consoles are the priority are spec'd for them, it's always the lead platform that then, is made as best as possible. And of course, not to be outdone, and this is not me dogging on Sony at all, they do what they're supposed to do. And I wish Microsoft did a bit more of that, where you'd have I call them the code ninjas, will go to where they need to go to make sure they help you get to the finish line, right? You hear that Sony is doing that constantly, right? Some of that was possibly needed in Atomic Heart's case or something else, right? So, the two, sometimes $3 trillion companies should be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And if they don't, I think the smoke for it is righteous. Even if their hardware, by and large, tends to be, a better performing box, or should be a better performing box, right? I expect to see more, and if they're not giving you more, those of us that see the speeds and feeds can say all we want, but you're not seeing it reflected. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, hopefully now that they finally ditched Xbox One, I think they've now finally officially ditched Xbox One in terms of needing their games to run on it. Hopefully now, at least from first party, we start to see them really taking advantage of the hardware. I mean, there is one last potential hurdle, and that's just talent right now, and that's a great unknown for us. We don't know any of these people personally. We just see the results on screen. Like we talk about graphics and we talk about power and we talk about resolution, but in the end, you look at something like God of War Ragnarok, and that's running on Jaguar CPUs.
There you go.
So is it a power thing or is it a talent thing?
Absolutely.
Like,
yeah.
That plays a role as well.
Just because you wear those sneakers doesn't mean you can dunk like Jordan, man. Some people have the skills, and that's just the way it is. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So yeah, you know.
It's not just as simple as, oh, well, this console's powerful, which means it's going to have the best looking games. Well, not necessarily. Not if the developers waving the wand around aren't as talented as others. But we'll see. Hopefully the first party stuff that's coming this year and beyond starts to show. Now, whether third parties bother, I don't know. But I think
I gave Sony credit on one thing. I will give Microsoft credit on another thing. Their solution to cutting last gen being, hey, you now have a Game Pass device on your box, and now you can that's an expert solution. I've never seen them not leave anyone behind like that. I think that's awesome. Obviously, you can't do that with everything. It's only limited to Game Pass for now. But if and when they're able to solve it, and then any game you buy can be cloud enabled, and you can keep that hardware to just stream it. You know, you have your Ethernet connection or whatever. That's awesome, right? You can play Flight Sim now on an Xbox One. Like, that's on the toaster Xbox One, the VCR we call it, right? That's awesome. So, you know, I do commend them for that. But yeah, to the point of them showing you why that Series S is better than you think, and why that Series X can push so much. Yeah, it's for them to show us, and so far, I don't think they've done a good enough job of that, unfortunately.
Not quite yet. Hopefully, from this year on, for those that care about that sort of stuff the most, hopefully they do.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, the other thing is back to how this all started. Hopefully, Baldur's Gate gets there day one with its split screen intact, and whatever issues they're experiencing, hey, maybe Microsoft sends a team down there to help them out with it. They've done it in the past with other games. Maybe they can do it with.
We need the Microsoft ninjas to come out there and start doing that, right? Yes, Sony has done that to great success. You know, we're not trying to make all those games look exactly like Sony's games, but just to make sure that quality level. Let's let Hi-Fi Rush be the floor. You know, quality wise.
Yeah, but that's an art style thing.
Well, when I mean quality wise, I mean no patches for like almost a month, and it's still rock solid.
I mean that's well,
you know,
it came out
Rush baked.
Yes,
you know,
it's a shining example in every aspect. So before we get to the big stuff, a couple of other things. Something that you guys alerted me to before the show that apparently Jeff Grubb mentioned. I didn't see it. Maybe it was one of his shows that he does while I'm sleeping. Blumhouse, the horror movie studio Blumhouse, they basically have the monopoly on horror movies. They have created a video game subsidiary just called Blumhouse Games. And they are going to start making what we assume to be horror video games.
Yeah.
I only mention it. It's not like an amazing, huge story, but I like their movies, and I also like horror video games. So hopefully they do some good stuff, Blumhouse. Hopefully.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I've heard them produce. They've been dabbling at the edges for a little bit, right? So now they officially have a thing called Blumhouse Games. You know, and we haven't seen anything from them just yet, but it's an interesting idea, right? And this is to tie into something else. When people were always talking about how they don't like consolidation in the gaming space, I think it's a cyclical thing, right? The big guys eventually get too big, and then they move out the way. They get consolidated somewhere else, and then the smaller guys there's more room to breathe, and the new Blumhouses can shine and show us something different, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing what they got.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully, like, I hope they don't fall into the trap of, okay, we have this movie coming out, let's tie a game to it. We have this movie coming out, let's tie a game to it. Like, I expect that there'll be an element of that to the games they develop, but I'm hoping that's not the trap they fall into for all of them. It'd be nice for them to be almost like an Annapurna in the horror game
Exactly.
space,
I was actually thinking of Annapurna when I was saying, because they have been allowed to shine because a lot of the other crazy big guys have moved out the way, and now Annapurna has become the seal of quality. So hopefully
Yes.
Blumhouse is also on that track. Yeah.
I like how fussy and selective Annapurna is. You get stuff like The Artful Escape, and then you get something like 12 Minutes, but then you get something like Stray, and then you get... I like that's Annapurna's wheelhouse.
Yep.
So
it seems
hopefully
like they don't know how to pick a bad game these days. They don't know how to do that. Yeah.
So hopefully Blumhouse can be that, but with horror games. Hopefully. But yes, the next thing. Now we mentioned Hi-Fi Rush. So Shinji Mikami is... I mean, it had been like there had been talk about this for some time. Like I had heard talk for ages. Oh, is he going to leave? Is he not going to leave? So Shinji Mikami, the scoop was from TrueAchievements.com. Must have had some pretty good sources there. They got a copy of an email that was sent out where Shinji Mikami said he's going to be leaving Tango. So, yeah, that's good for
Not
him.
surprising.
Pursuing whatever it is he wants to do. Probably sucks for people that were hoping Tango would do another horror game, because maybe they believe Tango can't do a horror game without him. I don't think... It felt like Shinji Mikami had a foot out the door for a while now, because he wasn't a director on Ghostwire.
Yeah.
Wasn't a director on Hi-Fi Rush. So it seems like he was sort of grooming his successors for the last few years. And they've produced two games with not without him, but like they produced two games without him in charge, and they were both pretty good games. So what he does next, who knows? He may just ride off into the sunset. Does he go back to Capcom? Does he start another studio?
He actually hadn't done a game since Evil Within 1. That was the last one he did.
Oh, didn't he do?
No,
I thought he did.
I thought the guy who did Hi-Fi Rush did too.
I thought he did too. I knew he didn't do Ghostwire, and I knew he did do Hi-Fi Rush, but I thought he did Evil Within 2.
No, he's just been more the advisory mentor role for new game directors.
And didn't they basically announce Evil Within 3 inside Hi-Fi Rush? There's a little Easter egg.
They made a little joke about it.
Yeah, a little dig, yeah. So there's still a chance that the studio, he's confident that the studio has a good team now. They're behind Microsoft, so now there's no there's no chance that they're going to go away anytime soon. So he can walk off into the sunset and expect that their team will still thrive. I can hope.
Yeah. Hopefully I haven't seen too much dooming and glooming over it, but maybe I've just been blind to it. But
so my question
into people thinking he was going to go, so people were ready for it.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Like I said, go. Sorry.
Oh no! I was just going to ask. My question when I saw this was, so we heard this from Shinji Mikami for a while now. It was rumored, right? And then now here you're seeing it. We've also heard this rumored a lot for Todd Howard. We've also heard it a lot rumored for Phil Spencer. So what are we seeing now? Like is this slowly the changing of the guard, right? Or is this just one fluke that's going? And how sad will you be when that day comes? I guess.
I don't know, but is it? Maybe it's my imagination. I asked this in the Discord because I was doing my best not to sound like I was dooming or anything. But maybe the media just tends to cover it more. I don't know, but I feel like we don't seem to hear about these founders and studio heads leaving from the studios that Sony buys, but we seem to keep hearing it from the studios that Microsoft buys. Again, maybe it's my imagination. Maybe the media is choosing to focus on the Xbox studios when someone leaves. I don't know, but like... it's not like we heard that Jade Raymond's studio was bought and now Jade Raymond's moving on. Yet we seem to hear that more with the studios that Microsoft has bought, which I find weird.
Yeah, you
Like-
know this week alone, you know, speaks to how one-sided the media's coverage tends to be.
Oh,
You know, but
God.
I will say
we'll get into that too.
Yeah, you know. But I will say though that possibly it could be that, you know, there's a lot of moving and shaking on the Xbox side, right? People are hearing a lot more. There's a lot of, you know, because it seems like PlayStation has gotten it down. Like, right, they're quiet. You don't hear anything about them. There are no such things as PlayStation insiders. Like, there just doesn't, right? Every once in a while you'll hear something, and more often than not you're wrong. But by and large, you know, we got Special Nick in the house. We have many others who seem to be able to get the pulse, you know, on what's going on inside Xbox. So that could be part of the equation as well. A lot more leakiness in their ranks, possibly. I have no idea, but it sounds like that might be a part of it a little bit.
I don't think they've also bought studios that have rock stars at the top. They don't have big names like like, you know, they've got a few here and there.
Well, Jade's the only one I can think of. Haven is the only one I can think of.
And they haven't done anything yet. Like they literally got bought in the beginning stages of making a game. So
all right, so Insomniac's an example then. They bought Insomniac, but it's not like we've heard that Ted Price is leaving, or even heard rumors that Ted Price wants to leave. Yet, Playground just lost one of their co-founders, and he opened up Maverick.
Yep.
Is he a co-founder?
Yeah.
I thought he was the co-founder.
He wasn't a co-founder. I think he was one of the early employees. One of like the one of the early employees.
I thought he was one of the co-founders. I thought.
Well, I'm sure we'll get right away.
Yeah, how did we forget that? There's a super chat here from Jason. Thoughts on Crackdown 4 from the state of play. How did we forget to talk about?
I was going to do this, but you were on a roll.
Oh, we started talking about Baldur's Gate, which led to other
did.
stuff, and then we kind of just forgot about Suicide Squad. So I guess we should talk about it before we get into the big
Absolutely.
one.
What'd you think?
Oh,
what did I think?
Yeah, what did you think?
So I will preface this by saying, you know, on the altar of Rocksteady, I will pray. They are an outstanding studio, right? They've made combat systems that have been aped forever, right? They you know, so and although I'm also a fan of the offshoot Arkhamverse games, and not really Arkhamverse, well, they were part of the Arkhamverse at the time. Yes. In between these Rocksteady outings, I actually liked them as well. I've been cautiously optimistic for this one. This wasn't the best showing for me, right? And I have my notes actually. Whenever there's one of these huge events or whatnot, and I'm watching it, I write notes because, you know, you might use it for a show or something. My notes here was like, I am not a fan of the floaty traversal, right? The bullet spongy enemies, and especially Harley Quinn like flying basically, right? Yeah, it just seemed weird, and all the gas components. And by gas components, I mean you saw a store, then you saw a battle pass store, and then you saw a gear store, right? We don't know how all of those elements will shake out, right? I'm sure there's still talk that this has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and then end game stuff, right? So it could be good, and I'm not saying it's not. And of course, this is Rocksteady, so please, you know, put some respect on their name, but. You know, it was a little spooky for me after this one. I was just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It just didn't. It
wasn't
work
grabbing me either. And the funny thing is, it probably should have grabbed me because I understand the comparisons to Crackdown. Like, typically Rocksteady's games have been more of a melee combat focused. No, this is very much a shooter, but based purely on that trailer alone, this is very much a shooter. And yes, I understand the comparisons to Crackdown. I don't know. I don't think, like, on the surface, yes. Yeah, like, I just saw the shark, the way the shark was fighting almost looked exactly like Crackdown. But I don't know if, like, Crackdown is what it is for reasons other than traversal and combat. Crackdown is very
when we say
streamlined.
Crackdown, by the way, are we meaning Crackdown 1, 2, or 3? Because there's big differences there.
Probably 3, based on what I'm seeing in the trailer. I'd say more 3, because 3 has a lot more movement to it. had a lot more combat options than 1 and 2.
I loved Crackdown 1, by the way. I think Crackdown 1 was a perfect game for its time. It was great.
Yes.
Every once in a while, I'll jump into it still. Yeah.
Yeah, Crackdown 1 was fun printed onto a DVD disc.
Yes, absolutely.
It was just they distilled fun and just stuck it in a disc somehow.
And I've gone through every member of Maverick Studios, and none of them were co-founders of Playground.
I thought one of them was. I thought one of them was a co-founder.
No.
My bad. Crackdown 3, I still loved as well. Everyone knows that.
Yeah,
but
I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that the tech was not fully leveraged and that became the narrative. But it's still a fun game. You know, I'm a big Terry Crews guy, so you put him in anything and I'll play it. So it was fun. I enjoyed it.
But part of, at least for me, part of what's always been the allure of Crackdown is how simple it is and how streamlined it is. You just get more powerful so you can fuck shit up more.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the point of Crackdown. Get more powerful.
Skills.
Get more agile. Jump higher to get more orbs, to get even higher, to get more powerful.
Loved the orb collecting. It was great. Yeah.
And it's not just that. And this is I feel, again, this is old man time. I feel this is new game designer versus old game designer. So yes, some of the combat in this looks like Crackdown, and then you see a skill tree, and then you see, oh, this weapon has this much effect on this type of enemy, and blah, 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 blah. What people forget about Crackdown is Crackdown also had a skill tree of sorts. You could make your agility more, your power more, your accuracy with a gun more, your speed more. But you didn't do it in a menu with points assigned to you by the game through stuff you found. You did it organically in the game. So, do you want to improve your accuracy with a rifle? Keep killing people from long range with a rifle. And slowly, that will just improve on its own.
Sounds like Nick's for the Skyrim style of progression, where whatever you do is what you level in.
I haven't played Skyrim.
Ooh,
I haven't played Skyrim, so I don't know.
Come on now.
You know, do you want to get your punching power increased? Then keep punching people to death. Do you want to, if you want to jump higher, keep jumping up to find agility orbs. Like, it was all organically within the game. Where today's games, it's like, oh, you collected this whatchamadoodad, and it's going to give you a point which you can then assign in the menu. And it's like, that's part of where Crackdown shone in its simplicity and how streamlined it was. I feel like people lose sight of that stuff just because the graphics aren't as good as they want them to be, or because it's not an 100-hour game. And it's like, I don't know. I mean,
what if we rebooted it as Pratt Down? And Chris Pratt was the main character. I saw that in chat. I think it's a pretty good
Pratt
idea.
Down 3.
Crackdown 4 with Chris Pratt as the main character. Pratt Down 4. Yeah. I mean, he's everyone these days, but I don't know. It's just, I see everyone. I think you should, especially when the developer has pedigree, I think you should always give their game the benefit of the doubt in terms of at least wait for it to come out before judging it too harshly. Yes, right now the signs aren't great. So all the games as a service stuff, the Battle Pass. But again, it's Rocksteady. Their Batman games are great. It might be best to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Man, the slander. Oh, Lord. The chat is very slanderous right now, sir. Oh, man.
Randall Thor with a super chat. This episode might have to be a skip this week with no John. K Asante is almost enough to watch the show, but man, Nick as host is too much past. I know, he slandered you as well in the same
Thank you there,
chat.
Mr. Xbox
well,
2.
He's
Appreciate
saying
it.
K Asante is great, but Nick as a host is just so much fun. It's really hard to overcome.
He's not saying K Asante is great. He's saying K Asante is not enough to make up for John. That's what he's saying. I'd argue that's even worse
as host.
I'd argue that's even worse. But we'll leave that to your interpretation.
You know
Thank you, Rand. Appreciate it.
We're over 300 people, but we only have 68 likes. Can we please get some more likes? It's really nice if you do it.
I wish my Edge browser would update the viewers because I'm still seeing 48.
It normally should update, but Google has broken something once again, and then Microsoft will go in and fix it because Google hates them.
Yeah, like I'm still seeing. I have to refresh it now because I was still seeing 48 viewers. It hadn't updated. So thank you to everyone that's tuning in because traditionally we don't get as many live viewers as a lot of the other shows. We do okay after the fact, but we generally don't get as many live. So thank you to the 300 watching. So if you can hit that like button,
so there you go, there, Rand. There you go. 300 viewers, but all by himself. I'm here with you.
Yeah, that's right. Because K is not enough to make up for John being gone. I deemed K enough to make up for John. That's why I asked him to be on. But obviously, Rand doesn't.
See, the slander is flying too much. Get back on point. Get back on point.
Anyway, what's that game called? Justice League. Suicide Squad. Yeah. I don't know.
I'm digging it. Yeah. It's not what I was expecting, but I'm digging it. But I'm hyped for Destiny on Tuesday, so that's the type of person I am.
There you go. You're the keep the story going kind of person, which I wish I was.
I'm the I like video games person, unlike Nick and John. Like I like games.
What do you mean? I like video games.
You like old games. I don't like new ones.
Like if anything, John and I are the ones that are supporting that stuff that everyone ignores. What do you mean? Like we like that smaller stuff. How many people played Gardens Between? I did. How many people even know what the hell Gardens Between even is?
Yeah. No, I played Gardens Between. It's an awesome game.
Because
it was on Game Pass. It was good. It was real fun. With the memories, you go back and forth.
And
I dug that
you
game.
twist everything around. I love stuff. Cool. I love stuff like that.
I'm a big indie gamer, so I love that stuff. Anytime it looks like it was made by a small group, I want to see what they did because chances are it's very experimental and unique.
You've seen the amount of simulator games I reviewed. I am Mr. Indie. That's all I do.
I'm just saying that, like, John and I play games. We're just veering away from the AAA space a bit as we get older. We're just kind of veering away a little bit.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Everything's wrong with that.
Like, no, Rand, I haven't finished GoldenEye yet. I have finished Metroid Prime Remastered, but I haven't finished GoldenEye yet. I haven't finished Dead Space yet. I haven't finished Hi-Fi Rush yet. I haven't finished a lot of games yet.
You need to correct that, sir. You need to correct that. Hi-Fi Rush demands to be completed.
I had to get Geralt. I got Geralt, however you pronounce his name. I got Geralt in Fortnite. So I had to do all the quests to unlock him. So I've now got him in Fortnite.
How many of those skins do you actually have in Fortnite?
I counted them not long ago. It's just over 100.
Ooh.
And the
these
funny
are all
thing
paid,
is,
or these are
no. A lot of them are Battle Pass. Some of them are the free ones that PlayStation Plus gives you. So PlayStation Plus must have a very long-term agreement because I've never seen free Fortnite skins on Game Pass Ultimate.
Sure.
So there must be a very long-term agreement with Epic and PlayStation to give skins for Fortnite. So some of them are PlayStation Plus ones, but yes, a lot of them are also bought. Very much money has been spent on Fortnite skins. Speaking of which, another one of my rumor mills. Did you see who appeared in Fortnite?
No.
New Captain America.
Oh.
Falcon. Yeah, he was one of my rumor mills a while back. I said all 3 Captain Americas were coming. I said Sam was coming and Agent Carter will come too.
Oh,
so we just got Sam.
If you say Sam and Agent Carter, I might have to dip because I love Sam and Agent Carter. Specifically Agent Carter. I'm a big fan of Agent Carter.
So you know how in What If? In What If, she was Captain Britain?
Captain Britain, yeah.
So, Captain Britain,
Captain
I was
Carter.
told that...
Yeah.
Sorry? Captain Carter.
Captain Carter, yeah.
Well, I was told that Sam and Captain Carter would also be coming to Fortnite. And I found the episode where I said it, and there's Sam. So... again, I would love to have someone at Epic that could explain why they take such a long time to put... Like, from when I was told Goku was going to be in Fortnite, it took 1.5 years. Doomslayer, 1 year. Sam Wilson, I don't think was as long. I'd have to find the Rumor Mill episode, but it's weird. From when I hear about them to when they actually come, it's ages, which I find like the Ninja Turtles I said a year ago. It was January last year, and the Ninja Turtles haven't come yet. So still waiting for the Ninja Turtles. It's just, it's bizarre
contract
how
negotiations?
I bet you that they time it so that the kids can earn enough allowance to buy the next skin pack.
A year and a half later.
Yeah, but generally they've done it where they promote a show or something with it. Like Falcon and the Winter Soldier was a long time ago. There's no Marvel movie with Sam in it at the moment. There's no TV show with Sam in it at the moment. He's just appeared.
No.
Yet other times they'll do it to coincide with something. I just find it odd.
It seems like a wasted marketing opportunity, absolutely.
Yeah. Like you think they would have got Sam in there when Falcon and the Winter Soldier was on.
Yeah.
Like
You'd think.
Yeah, I find that odd.
Corporate bureaucracy and red tape is a never understandable thing. It is always obtuse and slow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, on the plus side, it looks like Sam's outfit is better than in IRL. IRL costume looked like they needed to, slim it down a little bit, make it fit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the video. It looks actually pretty good what they got for him. It's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah, Epic do a great job with that. Like they make every character. They basically make the best version. Like Master Chief looks great in Fortnite. Yep. Kratos, the Doomslayer looks amazing. Geralt looks great. They all look really, really good in Fortnite. Like Epic does an awesome job with those.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I always say this to people and they scoff. That idea of the metaverse that people keep laughing at. Yeah, that exists. It's Fortnite. They just haven't decided to put it in VR yet. Where else can you see Master Chief next to Kratos, next to Disney character or whatever? They are all successful and they look good.
They do concerts in Fortnite. They do events in Fortnite. Like Fortnite, Fortnite effectively is the metaverse.
Welcome to the metaverse.
I'd argue the irony is that I'd argue that Sony probably did the metaverse first with PlayStation Home.
Yeah.
Look what I have running. The PlayStation Home.
Back on the
people say metaverse, I think PlayStation Home.
PlayStation Home, yeah.
Yeah.
I loved that thing. I thought it was amazing. It was so forward looking. Now
I dabbled in it.
I dug it. I thought it was very cool. Very cool. Whenever they had the little spaces that are specific for whatever game you were talking about, and they had little knickknacks in that world, it was very, very cool. I really dug it. I was hoping they'd bring that back with their PSVR 2 push, because now it would look amazing. Hopefully we see something like that soon. Yeah.
But they did it all in that, about buying outfits and like all that sort of stuff that's fairly standard today. It was all in there.
Yeah, I do recall.
All of it. Yeah. PlayStation Home, it was okay. I mean, again, maybe it was one of those things that was a little bit ahead of its time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think people weren't ready for it yet, which is probably why it wasn't
it wasn't good. Like it wasn't actually fun to play.
Yeah.
Any of it. No. It was bad.
I mean, the tech at the time, just like that's what it mandated, right? You could not have it be that way, right? Funny enough, this looks better than this looks better now. Like the PlayStation Home looks better than, let's say, what Oculus is showing off, in their home, right? This is far more detailed.
That was a slickly produced video. The actual PlayStation Home kind of ran like crap.
Yeah, but it still looked good. Like I've been in the metaverse for a while now. No, yeah, it wasn't great. It was 30, 25 frames, a little hitchy. It wasn't great. Yeah. I do recall like we used to break the game. We used to like in the home you could like get on the roof. You could do very, very uniquely weird things in that thing. It was fun. It was very fun.
I just walked around a bit, went bowling.
I mean, this
checked
is what
out
it actually
some trailers
like.
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
What I'm playing now is what it actually looked like.
Yeah, that's still not too bad. That's like 2006, 2007. Yeah. Like, it still looks better than what the Quest one is.
Indeed.
Inside the headset, the Quest one is clean. It's just really boring.
Yeah, and it lacks texture. It's very, very plain and kind of bulbous in their
decision to not do legs instead of just having legs be connected to where your upper torso is just stupid. It looks dumb.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't mind PlayStation Home.
Yeah. It was
Okay.
weird.
The part of the show that I've been dreading. The part that me and John don't like talking about anymore.
This was a good week for it, though.
You ever been to Brussels?
Yes, I have. I have been to Brussels.
I have not. I have never been to Brussels.
I've been all over Europe. Yes, I've been to Brussels.
Everyone was in Brussels this week because
yes, indeed. Watching contracts being waved around and whatnot.
Yeah, contracts were in pockets. We had charts that were changed last minute. Man, we had some crazy stuff. I don't even know where to begin with it all. So Microsoft was in Brussels putting their case to the EU, I want to say.
Yep. CMA, EU. Yep.
To get ABK through. This week, more than any other week in a while, is where it's starting to look now like, okay, this is going to happen. And I think the biggest indicator that it's imminent is the way a lot of masks came off this week. Did you notice all the masks that just slipped a little bit? Yeah. People were like, oh, better put it back up. There was a lot of masks that were slipping this week. And I wonder how much worse that's going to get if the deal goes through.
Absolutely.
You know, we had Lulu, who was like full correcting articles with the misinformation in them. Twitter accounts were temporarily deleted.
She's leaving digital dead bodies in her wake. She's absolutely amazing.
Oh, yeah. Lulu does not give an absolute rat's ass. As an Aussie, I've got no issue with it. I'm a big fan of operating that way. About Lulu specifically, though, I am interested. I think she's got a bit of a reputation as a union buster or being a bit anti-union. So I do wonder how is that her stance just because that's what Bobby wants right now? And then if once Bobby's out of the picture, does she then move to what's required under Microsoft?
Yeah.
Or is it genuine anti-union sentiment that might even remain post acquisition?
That is an interesting thing to
don't forget, some people, depending on who their bosses are, they're the ones on camera going, yes, I agree with everything we're supposed to be doing, but they don't see the gun off screen being held.
Is she towing the company line, or does she genuinely believe what she's been?
Yeah, I haven't delved deep enough into it to actually know. But when your boss is Bobby Kotick, and if you've watched the Sheamus episode, you know Bobby Kotick is a very unique person. So you wonder. Yeah, I'm doing my best to word things as nicely as possible.
Yes, sir.
If you know Bobby Kotick as a boss, then I wonder how much of her anti-union stance is her own, or if it's her job.
Yeah, I think we'll have an opportunity to find that out as all this progresses, because you and I both know, Microsoft getting in bed with the idea of unionization. If you're not going to be on board, you're not going to last there. I don't think, right? I don't think so. I don't think they will allow her to continue to be union busting if that's not the narrative, if that's not the mission moving forward. But right now we won't get to know that, because anytime she speaks, people try to dissect her tweets and they're getting it wrong, and she's literally having to samurai chop them on Twitter. That kind of stuff.
It's the same thing we saw with Baldur's Gate 3. That guy has spent the last 2 days just not saying that's not what our statement says, because there's 95 articles out there saying Series S is holding back Baldur's Gate on Xbox. And he's like, we didn't say that. Please.
Yeah.
She's like, if you just take our quotes and you run with them, and that is so much of the industry, where you take a quote, you take what you want out of it, and then you just post something, and you don't ever expect to ever get called out on it. And so it's been nice to see somebody finally just directly saying, no, I didn't say that. No, that's wrong. I didn't tweet this out during the event or anything. It's been very fun.
Yeah, she's been speaking plainly, and we appreciate her for it. It's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind it. I wouldn't mind trying to get her on the show, but she might be a bit too busy.
I will say she's very open, very communicative. The DMs are open. You should talk to her. Yeah.
I may have. I may already
There you
have.
go. There you go. That's right. There you go. Yes.
Now, as you saw from our thumbnail, probably the biggest story to come out of the week in Brussels was, so it looks like Nintendo and Microsoft signed an agreement / partnership, you could say, for COD to come to Switch should the deal go through. So I guess that's now in writing, which is great for COD and Switch owners, because COD has not been on a Nintendo platform, I want to say, since the Wii U with Black Ops 2, I want to say.
Just a quick aside. Did they say Nintendo platforms, or did they say Switch specifically?
Nintendo, if I remember correctly.
I think they just
and he
said
came out and
I would be
clarified that it's only COD.
I'd be surprised if it was specifically the Switch.
Yeah, the only COD game the Switch could run natively is COD Mobile.
Okay.
Otherwise, Microsoft would bring cloud versions, I assume.
Sure. Okay.
Because the Switch has plenty of cloud versions of
Here you
big
go.
name
They
games.
said Nintendo players. They did not say
Yes,
Xbox
that's right.
console.
Yeah.
So we all know Nintendo will have a new Switch sometime in the next couple of years,
Sure.
which I'm sure will be capable of running a version of COD. I mean, Jesse, I wish I had prepared the video. I wish I had prepared a video. We said this like a year ago. Before regulators even got involved, I said Microsoft will want to bring COD to Switch. It'll be one of the first things they want to do.
One of the first
Why
things Phil
wouldn't they?
said. It is one of the first things Phil said. Was
Oh,
about
well, there you
bringing
go.
it
It's one of the
to
first things
Switch.
Phil said. Like, they will want to bring it to Switch. 100% they'll want to bring it to Switch. Why wouldn't they? I've said for ages, try and turn your Switch. If you're not going to make a portable yourself, try and turn the Nintendo Switch into your Xbox portable. Get Game Pass on there. Get xCloud on there. Get it all on there, so I can just take my Switch with me and keep playing my Xbox stuff on there. Why wouldn't you? Unless they're making their own portable, which I still hope they are.
You and me both.
You know, they've hopefully, for their sake, alleviated any concerns about their cloud dominance by signing an agreement with nVidia to get.
Now that nVidia one, that I called like way back when people heard nVidia talking about, oh, there's concern. I'm like, no, there's no concern. They just don't. They are not allowed to sit at that table. And now they're seeing that the leadership changing and potentially Activision being led by Microsoft. So they're trying again, right? Because when nVidia first came out and that first week where everyone could just play their games in the cloud, a la, on live 2.0, if you will, it was a glorious time for us. And then as soon as the publishers caught wind, they took their ball and went home, right? And little by little, they've been coming back in, but both Microsoft and Activision never even gave them a shot. It was nope, you're not getting our games, right? So this I knew it. The moment that nVidia was even talked about within this frame, this was like some months ago, and people were like, oh, now we have more people that are against the deal. No, they just wanted their piece of the pie. They wanted to give you, Microsoft, some money so that, not only does it solve your problem with the regulators saying, hey, now here we go with the EU, with all the regulators were complaining about cloud. How many cloud competitors are there? Not many. So
Not
it makes
many
GeForce
anymore.
it makes GeForce that much more important, right? And it's not like they're giving anything to get this good stuff. You have to own the game before you can actually get it on your G Cloud, your
That's
GeForce service anyway.
So you're still inadvertently in their ecosystem, even if you're playing on GeForce Now. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
It's a smart move. Like, why wouldn't they have done it? Like, in the end, I'm trying to think now. So even though I don't believe a word of what the CMA says and never have, the CMA tried to mask their protection of Sony by bringing up. I'm sorry. The EU is the EU. Brazil is Brazil. Saudi Arabia, whatever.
Yeah.
The CMA has been out to protect Sony from day one. I don't care what anyone says. You can try and reason with me as much as you want.
Yeah.
I'm not going to listen. It's falling on deaf ears. The CMA, I'll be upfront. It's falling on deaf ears. The CMA has been out to protect Sony from day one. and you can't convince me otherwise. So
Sure.
they've tried to cover that up by, but what about cloud? Well, okay, hold on. Microsoft has now given what is arguably their main competitor in cloud all their games.
Yeah.
So what argument does the CMA have left? What do they have left? They've got nothing left. So Microsoft has now said, okay, we're now going to add Call of Duty to a platform which is a top-selling platform, 120 million consoles, because even if it's a cloud version, it's still a version on there.
Yep.
They've said they're going to keep it on PlayStation, who you're trying to protect. And they've now given it to their main cloud competitor as well. So what have you got left to try and block this deal over? You have, like, Microsoft has completely disarmed the CMA. They've completely disarmed them. So this is just... Yeah, this is probably the first time I'm starting to think, hey, maybe this happens now without concessions. Because Microsoft has already given the concessions. They've already got them out there. Our concessions are, we're putting them on Nintendo. We're putting them on GeForce. We're keeping them on PlayStation. Yeah. Like, there's your concessions. They've given them to you already.
Some of the arguments were a little bit ridiculous, though. So, because we live in a world where the ground was shifted beneath our feet for quite some time while making these arguments, I do not put it past them that there's still some hay to be made off of table scraps. Microsoft.
What do you mean?
I'm not. Forgive me if the quote is if I misquoted, but they were talking about a worry where Microsoft's cloud ambitions could lead to consumers paying for more expensive hardware, which is completely backwards to what cloud enables. They removed arguably the number one competitor from the market altogether to make it like Sony versus Microsoft when Nintendo's market share is just, all that stuff, which clearly is just ridiculous, right? So that tells me, and maybe that's my jaded part speaking, but, and Everborn, my co-host, always says that as well. Oh, well, their argument is what they used. And I'm like, it's more the people, right? If this argument doesn't work, we'll find a new one because big tech bad and we're just filling in the middle, right? The thing that gives me hope is that at least the CMA and the EU and those commissions seem to have either... Because in the beginning, I saw them as on equal footing, right? Even with the FTC. Oh, big tech bad. That's the ultimate goal. We'll fill in the middle as we're going, right? But the FTC seemed to have thrown Microsoft a favor by going a little too mustache twirly and right from the jump, making terrible arguments that everyone could see, making statements that were false to the point where the other regulatory bodies had to come and correct them, right? So now you're either with them being a kangaroo court, as it were, or you lean heavily on the process. And it looks like whether it's because that's how they always are or because they don't want to be associated with those hacks in America, right? They're leaning more heavily on that process, which might work in Microsoft's favor. So I don't know. Like, I agree with you that their talking points are just outlandishly ridiculous, right? But since that time, every time they speak on it or every time they bring out official information, it seems to be in favor of Microsoft. Oh, how many people did we survey? And 75% said, "Oh yeah, we're fine with the deal." And of the 30% that said they weren't fine with the deal, only 1% of that 30% said that they would actually switch consoles if Microsoft, So all these things kind of lead down the path of, it'll be fine. We thought it was crazy, but these are the things that are coming out, letting us know that maybe it's not as crazy as we initially thought. At least that's the narrative it sounds like it's building.
Yeah, the EU, I think, has always felt like they were open to the idea of it should a bunch of things
fall into
be
place
ticked off.
Yeah.
The EU felt like sort of a halfway house between what Brazil were doing and what the CMA was doing. They weren't full CMA, which is just protect our buddy Jim at all costs. But they didn't feel quite as investigative. God, did I even say that right? Is that even a word? As Brazil were. I still think Brazil are the benchmark in terms of how it was all broken down. covering every single step of what could go wrong, what could not go wrong. I still think Brazil's the benchmark.
I agree.
The EU, I think with the EU, because the EU understands how much power they seem to hold, like the EU got Apple to finally switch to USB-C.
Well,
Like,
will
if
they
that's-
though? Will they
will.
though?
They will.
I think they're the EU doing that is speeding them to no cable at all and all MagSafe. I think that's where we're going.
Well, the
'Cause
rumor
look
is
what's going
that
on now.
the rumor is that this year's iPhone will have USB-C, but the other rumor that's popped up now is that it's going to be like a limited USB-C to Apple-approved cables, and I'm just like, oh, come
Yeah, because USB-C, that plug is just ridiculous. It could be anything behind that could be USB-A. Like, there's just so much ridiculousness in that USB standard, but that's a whole different conversation. But yes,
it is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the EU seems to be coming around.
Yeah.
The CMA less so. They like I think the CMA is still just all in on protecting Sony. So that's why I think people keep calling them the wild card.
So do you know what I think is so
Because-
interesting about that? Because Microsoft, that's why people were always talking about, like, during this whole Brussels thing, people were criticizing how it is that they were so grandstandy, you know, waving the contracts in the air and being so public about it. To your point, since it seems that some of these regulatory bodies, some more than others, are really leaning on the side of we don't want to hear it, right? We just want to say big tech bad and move on. It seems to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems to me that they're being very forward, very open and public facing with their pomp and circumstance to then force you, whoever regulator you are, if you deny the deal, to also be very much in the public eye and explain yourself. Because after all this happens, you can't go in the back room and just go yada yada yada. Yeah, it's closed. You're gonna have to come out and speak on it, because Microsoft has literally come out and said, "You get a deal. You get a deal. Everybody gets a deal.
That's right.
Why are you complaining?" Right? So you can't then go in the back room and go, "Hey, look here, man. You know, here's some money or whatever." You're gonna have to come out, and your argument's gonna have to actually hold some muster. Otherwise, the pitchforks will come off frame, and it'll be a bad scene for everybody. You know what I mean? I think they're playing this quite expertly. To your point, that they might see that folks aren't weighing the actual merit of the case, but they're trying to fill in the gaps because big tech bad. This might inoculate them from that a bit, because they will have no choice but to be forward. You know, they have to tell us why they're denying it, and it has to be in a language that we understand. Right?
Well, yeah, it's been made much more difficult for them now.
Yes.
Because, like I said before, they were masking their protection of Sony by leaning on the cloud. So Microsoft went and gave everything to their biggest cloud competitor. Because remember, Google left long before this deal hasn't even gone through yet, and Google's already left. So you can't say Google left because Microsoft's too powerful in cloud. They don't have ABK.
And Luna's only in America, and even that, Luna's good, by the way, for those who don't know. Luna's pretty awesome. It's only in America. True, yeah. And what surprises me there is, why are they not out there asking for a deal? Because now's the perfect time, right? Now's the perfect time to hold out your hand, because Microsoft is just handing it all over the place. You could get those games on your services as well. And they're very close to Game Pass. They're like actually Game Pass competitor, 1-to-1. You know, when you play their service,
they've got
it's
the
very
Ubisoft channel on there. They've got their controller like Stadia had. Yeah, I mean, but even Amazon, like Amazon over the last few years haven't really made the investment. This was Google's problem. They didn't make the investment. And despite that, look at Microsoft. They're still giving their games to... I mean, I still think there's a little bit of byplay there for Microsoft, wherein they understand that NVIDIA's slice of the cloud pie is so tiny and it's conditional. So NVIDIA doesn't make games.
Nope. Yeah.
All NVIDIA does is let you play games you already own.
Yeah, it's on live, for those who remember that. It's literally like going to a buddy's house and signing in with your Steam account.
So all Microsoft is really doing, yes, they're giving their games to a competitor per se, but it's not the same as giving their games to, say, Stadia or Luna.
Yep.
Like, so if Microsoft gives their games to Luna, then they will technically lose out, because then you're not giving anyone a reason to subscribe to Game Pass or buy any Xbox games.
Yeah. Yep.
When they give their games to nVidia, you still have to buy those games off Microsoft.
Yep. Or Steam or any of those other channels that
yeah,
exist
you
within
still
there.
so Microsoft's not losing anything per se.
Yeah.
The fact that you're not using xCloud specifically to stream probably doesn't bother them all that much.
And besides, if you're let's say you're playing Forza, and now they're allowing you to play Forza in their nVidia stream, you might buy DLC, which goes to Microsoft. So
that's what I mean.
works,
like it's all still.
Yeah.
Microsoft is still the vendor in effect.
True.
By giving their games to nVidia, Microsoft are still the vendor. So they probably don't care if you stream on GeForce. If anything, they could partially appreciate it because it eases the load on xCloud.
True.
Because in the end, you still bought Forza off them.
Yeah.
So they probably don't care as much. So that's why when you see them going to nVidia, but then you haven't seen a Luna deal yet, maybe that's why. Maybe Microsoft will just keep that card in their back pocket and wait to see if Amazon says anything. If Amazon says nothing, they're good to go. If Amazon says something and says, what about us? Then maybe they'll turn around and go, well, here you go. There's a Game Pass channel. Just like you've got a Ubisoft channel on Luna. Here's your Game Pass channel. So that way Microsoft's still getting a cut out of the Luna subscription. Yeah. So maybe they'll just keep that in their back pocket. I don't know. But we haven't heard anything from Amazon. Amazon's in this weird space with games where they're there, but they're not. But they don't appear to be growing.
Had a few successes. You know,
New World
successes on PC. Yeah, on PC they've had some success, and now it looks like they're finally building a third party. You know, be on every platform PC console game also. You know, they're doing that. And obviously the conversation around Tomb Raider, which obviously will also be a third party, that will be everywhere. So they're trying. The toes are dipped in the water. We shall see how well it goes, you know, but it is surprising that they're so quiet in all of this.
Yeah, I still don't think they're quite making the investment they need to.
Well, Luna has lost like half of the games it had in the past few months. They have not been putting much, if anything, into that.
That's what I mean. They're not making that investment that they probably need to, and that's why Google were just like, "Yeah, we're out." We like one of the first things I said about Google is when they first announced Stadia, I'm like, these guys have no idea how much they're gonna have to spend to get their foot in the door in gaming. They've got no concept.
They did have an idea. They put Phil Harrison, aka the Grim Reaper, in charge. You know, they knew the time bomb was there already. Come on now.
Like, I just don't think they will, like, because that's not Google's MO.
Yeah.
Like, where Microsoft has that MO, like, Microsoft's a little more ruthless isn't the right word, maybe committed, like, which I know is funny to say about Microsoft, a company that just, like, cuts and runs whenever they feel like it, but it's not for a lack of investment. So
they do try.
As we've said before, Microsoft had to bleed billions to get a foot in the door in gaming. Microsoft bought Nokia to give Windows, and they still cut Windows Phone in the end. But you can't say they didn't try, at least from an investment perspective. Yes, as Jez would tell you, they made a hell of a lot of mistakes with Windows Phone. We all know that. I mean, let's be honest. In an alternate universe,
by the way, I'm a huge Windows
I'm
phone
one of the biggest Windows. My Lumia 920 is still one of the best camera phones you'll ever have in your life. I love the way they handled contacts. Still, no one can do contacts like Windows Phone could do contacts. Apple and Google just
absolutely
they don't get it. But it wasn't for a lack of investment. They literally bought Nokia. They just. In an alternate universe, the iPhone wouldn't exist if Microsoft knew what they were doing. In an alternate universe where Microsoft did know what they were doing, the iPhone probably wouldn't exist right now. But anyway, that's a story for another time.
We have some good tangents, sir. I have some thoughts. We'll talk about that one later. Okay.
My god! Like, do you remember the HTC Diamond?
Yeah, of course I do. Of course, I used to have one of the HTC devices. Yeah, like for a while,
Gorgeous.
the HTC was amazing. Yeah.
Oh, the HTC. Like I used to work in mobile phone retail for a while,
Sure,
and
okay.
the HTC Diamond was like close to being the iPhone before the iPhone because it was so
Sure.
beautiful and
See,
but the Windows it was running.
I say they should have bought the Palm Pre and at the time I was working for the company that actually ended up buying the Palm Pre. We shall move quickly along. Had Microsoft bought the Palm Pre and had Palm OS, we would be having a completely different conversation right now. But that's neither here nor there. Let's move. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
I've always said that
It was the closest to the iOS infrastructure possible. And still, I have a device here that runs Palm OS, and it looks like a different iPhone, but not the same.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I still think had Windows Phone been so in 2006, had Windows Phone been the Windows Phone we knew and loved, with the tiles, had that come in 06 paired with the HTC Diamond, there is no iPhone.
True. Well,
there is
okay.
no iPhone.
Okay. Yeah.
Because the HTC Diamond would have become the iPhone.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right on
And
that.
then
The
that will never
hardware
get off the ground.
The hardware and software never kind of met. They had great software at some point. They had great hardware at some point, but they never kind of
The Windows OS that was on the Diamond was desktop Windows with
the terrible
the stylus,
Windows Mobile 6
button.
Yeah, it was Windows Mobile 6. Yeah, I remember.
That's
I do
right.
recall.
We're back. Hello.
Are we actually back?
Yeah.
Are we?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, we are. It looks
OBS
like we are.
crash. It happens.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry.
The powers that be wanted us to stop the phone tirade.
Stop talking about Windows Phone. Yeah. We had to stop talking about Windows Phone. And get back to the ABK stuff. So if we forget now about Windows Phone was amazing. We'll leave that behind. Some other interesting things that came out of this ABK stuff. Brad Smith was up there showing how small Microsoft's market share is. They were really like strong, but it's funny again that those numbers weren't just Series X, PS5. It was like generations worth of PlayStation versus Xbox. Being very tricky with the numbers there to make it look worse than what it actually is. Although I'm inclined to believe the Japan number is like 100% accurate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm actually surprised it's 4% in Japan. I would have expected like 1 or 2. So I'm kind of shocked that it's 4. What else did we get out of this? My God, I can't even think of it all. What else came out of all this?
There was rumors that they were gonna show off another one that showed actually like their exclusives versus Sony's exclusives. You know, they ended up not using it, but that was also very interesting. You know, and I what are your thoughts on that one? Because I've heard some folks say, well, that was a black eye on the by themselves, because why aren't your exclusives more? You could easily do that. You've chosen not to. Why are you complaining about it?
Okay,
You know?
I haven't looked at the slide in detail. I want to believe that a lot of that Sony slide included third-party money hats.
Money hats, yeah. I think that may be the
Just
point there.
judging by what Microsoft are trying to achieve. Remember, Microsoft's goal is to make themselves look as terrible as possible to help the deal along.
Yeah.
So I could totally see a world where the Xbox list of exclusives was purely first-party stuff, and Sony's list of exclusives included third-party stuff to make that disparity even larger. Again, I'm not saying that is the case. I didn't look deeply at the fine print on the slides. Did we even get a chance to see that? I just wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But you know, I feel now again. I'm still in the camp where I don't care if it doesn't go through.
You don't care at all?
No.
No?
I mean, even Bethesda, like, at the time I said I wasn't really that interested in Bethesda. Now Bethesda's gone through, and again, me personally haven't got anything out of it outside of I guess Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, okay. So when I was coming on this show, my co-host specifically asked me to talk with you because he knows you're as much of a Sega stan as he is. So is that where you wanted them to go?
I want Sega and Capcom. I just want Sega and Capcom. That's all I want.
Okay.
If they acquire, if ABK gets blocked, and they acquire Sega and Capcom, and then they stop and never acquire again, I'm happy.
You'd be happy about that. Okay.
happy.
Everborn's theory, he has a theory, and he actually makes a good point that of all the studios and all the publishers that are in play right now, none of them stand to go away as much as Ubisoft does if somebody doesn't help them. Like they've fallen off a cliff market cap wise.
Yeah.
Last we checked a few days ago, it was worth $2 billion. Literally, all of Ubisoft. So imagine even if you double that price, it's less than Bethesda. Imagine that.
I still feel like if you were to try and buy Ubisoft, you'd be paying a lot. Like that's their market cap. But I feel like Ubisoft, more than any other publisher, that market cap price would probably quintuple if you were to buy them, only because
still how much cheaper though?
I know it's like 10 billion. That's still only 10 billion. I know, but like
to them anyway. Yeah,
like Ubisoft's so interesting because they've got so many employees.
As much as ABK, 10K
more. I think
no,
more.
They had, last it was 10K. I thought. Am I wrong?
No, I think it's like 20K.
Oh wow, that's insane. Oof.
Yeah, Ubisoft has like a lot of employees, and they still have IP that are strong. Like
true, absolutely.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
they still have Splinter Cell. They have Prince of Persia. They have Rainbow Six. I guess just put
the
it all in the
Rabbids games. You know,
like they have strong IP. They have a lot of employees. Ubisoft's a very weird one. Like, I feel like if you're Sony or Microsoft or whoever, you're funny about trying to buy Ubi because it's like, oh, they're cheap, but do we want to take on 20,000 new employees?
It would be a lot of cuts after that, and you may not want to deal with the PR hit on that.
And then you're going to have the PR of, oh, we told you if Microsoft buys, they're going to fire everyone. We told you. But it's like, well, no, guys, they're taking on 20,000 employees that like, where are they? Like, their business right now isn't the greatest. So why would we want to take all that on as well? Like, that's like one scenario where I could understand cuts. If they were to acquire them, like I could understand cuts with Ubisoft. But I just
you're still in the bag for Sega, you know. Even though Shinji Mikami is gone, and he could have been one of those ambassadors for them. Like, you know, it is what it is.
just give me Sega and Capcom. That's all I want.
Okay,
just those two, and I am more than happy. Because, like I said, you get, you know, they get their mascot in Sonic, who's right up there with Mario. I'm realizing more and more. Again, purely through my kids, I thought there's no way known that Sonic is up there with Mario. Even as a Sega kid, I came to the realization that Sonic's not as big. I don't know if that's true with the kids. Among those younger kids, man, Sonic is bigger than I realized. He's just not big in games.
Sure, yeah. I would say I have a 4 and a 6-year-old, and Sonic is huge in this house. But then again, I'm also a gamer, and I hand them actual Mario Brothers 3, and I hand them Sonic 1, like the OG version, and they play it. So, yeah, I do hear you on that. Sonic is very pervasive in the younger markets.
And that's despite
more so than Nintendo,
games.
I think. Yes, despite bad games. Yes.
That's the scary part about Sonic. Like, imagine if Sonic had games on the quality of Mario Odyssey.
Yeah.
What would Sonic be now if he had games as good as Mario Odyssey? And
overrated?
Yeah, okay. Sonic would be like ginormous if he had high quality games to pair with everything else.
Okay, I will ask you one question, and I'm sure your audience will move forward, right? This is the place where my co-host got locked in, and I will see how you traverse this situation. He and I had this bet going that by the end of 2022, he claimed that Sonic Frontiers would outsell Ragnarok. I thought he was smoking something. He clearly was wrong. What do you think, sir? Because the idea was, Ragnarok is on 2 platforms at best, PS4 and PS5, whereas Sonic is on everything. They have a great movie, they have a great Netflix show, they have all this other stuff.
The theory doesn't always hold. The theory doesn't always hold. And again, as I just said, Sonic's not big in games.
Not as
he
big
seems
in games,
to be very big outside of games, as bizarre as that is to say.
They've been able to keep his franchise alive much more in TV shows and movies and all that. So,
movies, comics, all that sort of stuff. It's such a weird turn of events with Sonic. The way he is big, just not in video games.
Yeah.
I find that very, very bizarre. I see kids with Sonic t-shirts, and Sonic merch all the time. Sonic. Like it's crazy how, and maybe that's why I don't see it, because he's not big
the
in
lifetime
games.
sales. It is big. It's just Mario's one of the biggest. Sonic's over 120 it's over 120 million lifetime sales for the franchise over a very long period of time. But Mario's well over 800 million. So it's hard to be as big as Mario.
But you have to understand that Sonic was exclusive to Sega platforms for how many years, which never sold as much as Nintendo's platforms. Outside of Mega Drive got close. But you remember, Sonic for the first 20 years or so, or 15 or 20 years, was exclusive to lower selling platforms. And then by the time Sonic went multi-plat, I think so much damage had been done in terms of the quality of games that he was never going to catch Mario. And now the quality's just not there for that to ever happen. Sonic Mania exists.
Yeah, which is still great.
Yeah, but that's not, again, it's not your big AAA, Mario Odyssey, blah, 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 blah type of thing. And Frontiers, from everything I've heard and seen of it.
You haven't played it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not yet.
They did say recently, bringing it back to the news, they did say recently that it sold so much and did so well for them that they're now...
But they've upped the budget.
They're going to up the budget for another one. That's what Everborn has always wanted. He's wanted a Sonic game with Ratchet and Clank budget, and it looks like hopefully they're heading closer in that direction.
Okay, God, I can't believe this is the tangent we're going on.
Oh, hey now.
Counterpoint. To me, increasing the budget on Sonic games isn't going to make Sonic games any better. To me,
Frontier really needed it. It's the type of game that would have benefited from having more actual money and time put behind it. It's ambitious, but it feels cheap and unfinished in a lot of ways. Like they had to cut corners.
It feels like the scaffolding are there. They never covered the scaffolding because they ran out of money. Yes.
But that's not my issue with Sonic games. Isn't budget. It isn't any of those things. My issue with Sonic's 3D games is that they've fundamentally got it wrong in what they're trying to do. So I've said this before, and I'm sure Jesse will disagree vehemently. Super Mario Odyssey is effectively what a new Sonic game should be in 3D. In terms of feel. So the way Mario moves and traverses is how Sonic should feel. Sonic is a pinball. I don't understand why people keep forgetting this. Sonic the Hedgehog is a pinball. He is a walking, moving, jumping pinball. That is what he is. That is how he's supposed to feel. That is how his momentum should carry. That is Sonic the Hedgehog is a pinball. He has not been a pinball in his video games for a long time. Sonic Mania was it. Now, if you play Mario Odyssey, if you play Super Mario Odyssey, that's how he feels. He feels like he builds up and he's got momentum. He still can be agile when you need him to because of his moveset, and Sonic would not have a cap that he can jump on and all those sorts of things. But the core of how Mario feels in Super Mario Odyssey is how Sonic should feel.
So I have I have an answer to your question, and I'm very reluctant to give it to you because now I'm feeding into my co-host's like delusions. But to the question of Sonic feeling like Odyssey, you need to play Sonic the Lost World. It is literally a lift of Mario Odyssey. Well, not Odyssey. What's the small planets? The Mario with the teeny tiny planets.
Galaxy.
Yes, and the traversal and everything else. Sonic by default walks. He doesn't run. You have to press a button to make him run. So there's a lot of differences there. It looks like
Does
Sonic
he have
Team,
his momentum though?
Yes, you can build momentum. You can shoot through the levels. What made it interesting for me was as I've told you, he's a big fan. So we dissect old Sonic games and talk about it and all that. He made me buy like Sonic Lost World on Steam Deck, and I actually played through the whole thing. Actually, funny enough, that's when you guys asked me to come on the show. The first time I was in Africa, I was playing Sonic Lost World. Anyway, but yes, it is an interesting what you're describing there. I think some of the games lost to time from Sonic might possibly solve what you're describing. And actually, believe it or not, Frontiers elevates that formula they started on Lost World. So you might be getting what you want. You just don't know it because you haven't tried them yet. So give it a shot, I think. Lost World is like $2-3 at this point. It's like it's cheap as dirt. You can buy it anywhere. And Lost World
3.5 hour game, which Nick loves.
There you go. It's a small game, and it changes that 3D formula. I think you would be surprised. It's actually more in line of what you're describing.
Yeah. I don't know. I just every time I see footage, I still see the whole lock on and take off and run real fast. I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't know. It's just to me that's not
by
what I think
default.
Sonic
He
should
walks, which I thought was antithetical to Sonic as a character. He shouldn't be walking. He should always be running. But the world they put him in required more nuance, required more traversal, and then when you want to momentum, you want to lift, you hit the trigger button and he starts the momentum. So it is an interesting thing they've done here. I just think that they've already turned people off enough times that a lot of people didn't give this guy a chance. But it was an interesting byproduct of its time. You know, as you can see, I think it was a Wii U game. You can get it now on Steam. You can get it, I think, even on Switch. It might still be available, but it is an interesting thought, and it looks like their Sonic team is heading full bore in this direction still.
Yeah, we'll see.
You should try it.
God, what a tangent! What a tangent this was. But
there
at least
go.
if Microsoft gets Sega, then they get their mascot, and then
they have mothballed one of their mascots, so they need one at this point.
Yeah, so
I'm looking at you there, Master Chief.
There's so much they can dig into with Sega and Capcom. Again, there's no guarantee they will. Don't get me wrong. There's no guarantee they will. Like, it's not like they're going to, when ABK goes through, all of a sudden they're just going to bring back 1,000,001 IPs. I think at the moment of all of the stuff that Microsoft may be looking to bring back with ABK is Tony Hawk. I think under Microsoft we may see Tony Hawk come back. And I know we had the 1 and 2
version was amazing. Like such a great remake. Oh wow, it was so good.
Yeah. From what I've heard,
what did they get? They got the salt mines of well, no, actually, Vicarious got blended into Blizzard, if I'm not mistaken.
That for me, that's actually the most interesting part of this acquisition. Like just purely looking at it as an outsider looking in to see what they're going to do, I am extremely curious how Microsoft navigates. Are we going to leave them alone and continue to waste all that talent on being COD support? Or do we give COD more time between games because it's now only Infinity Ward doing it? And we let Toys for Bob bring back Banjo. We bring back Vicarious. We extract them back out of Blizzard. And we let Vicarious bring back Tony Hawk because we want to bring back Tony Hawk. We let Raven make us an OG God of War clone because they made the greatest one in history with X-Men Origins Wolverine. Do we let
The man of culture.
Raven.
He said the game of games. I loved that game, especially the uncaged edition.
Oh my god, the game's
Yes.
game's so
I have that. I have a good copy of that still.
I had
Yes.
to buy it, like,
But
like I had
specifically
to
the
own-
uncaged edition, not the regular version.
Oh,
the uncaged
it's-
edition. That's the best one. Yes.
Like,
Yep, I
and
still
they're
own
gonna
that.
own. Don't get me wrong. Who knows if the talent behind this
It's still-
game is
it's
even
still there.
there
Yeah,
at Raven
yep,
anymore? Who the hell knows? Like,
Mhm.
I don't know. I just, yeah, High Moon. Like, will Microsoft allow these studios say, all right, guys, you're not on COD duty anymore.
Mm.
You can all do whatever it is you want to do. We'll give Infinity Ward support other ways. We'll give Sledgehammer support other ways. We'll give Treyarch support other ways. They're the 3 COD studios. The rest of you all go do whatever your heart tells you to do. I'm just curious. Or do they say, nah, we're going to leave ABK to keep doing whatever they're doing? Sorry, you're all on COD support, but at least you got unions now.
I hope it's A rather than B because it seems
So do I.
seems that they need more hand holding than most. Right, all the other studios have been allowed to be themselves because Bethesda all just needed your money and get out of their way. They'll still continue as they continue, but it looks like by all accounts, and people forget because ABK started with a lot of human drama, and now it's all about the back and forth and the deal and this and that. But that human drama is on pause, right? Like
Yep.
if all of a sudden we're now integrated, Bobby K's still there. What are we going to do with that? Even after Bobby is gone, then what? There's a lot that still needs to be worked there. So I do hope that they're more hands-on because, I'm sure you guys have heard that that's one of the criticisms Microsoft gets, that sometimes they can be a bit too hands-off, right, with that.
Yeah.
But with this, specifically with ABK, they have the history of ABK and all the legacy and historical evidence to then go in there and move and shake and do things of that nature. So I really do hope they do that because what did Phil say? He name dropped plastic guitars and all of this. I'm there for it. Like, let's bring some of that stuff back. Yeah.
I really hope so. Like Activision has some IP worth bringing back if given the care required. And like I said, there's no reason you can't just grow Infinity Ward, Sledgehammer, and Treyarch to be able to handle COD by themselves. And it just means that the COD games take a little bit longer to make because they're doing it on their own now. You're not pumping them out yearly anymore. Because let's be honest, do you need to? Like, Modern Warfare 2019 just kept on selling. Like, for 2 or 3 years, that game just kept on selling, kept on making money. They kept updating it. So is there a reason why you have to have COD every year? And don't say, oh, money. Like, I understand that, but like, at some point, a wall's going to come. A wall is going to come eventually. I know people don't think that's possible, but like I've said before COD became what it was, people didn't think Halo could drop. Halo was COD before COD, and now look at Halo. Like, the wall will come for COD. If they keep going the way they're going, the wall will come. So I don't see, given how popular the Modern Warfare games are specifically, and we're now hearing rumors that this year's COD will probably be an extension, not an expansion per se, but an extension of Modern Warfare. Like, let's be honest, the moderns have always been the better ones. They've always been the better CODs, the more popular CODs. Yes, people have their preferences. Oh, World at War. Oh, this. The Modern Warfares are the ones. That Modern Warfare is the franchise that made COD what it is today.
Yep.
Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2 back in 07 and 09. They are the two that made it what it is now. They are the biggest games. I don't see why they can't just go, okay, you 3, Sledgehammer, Infinity Ward. I mean, hell, you could just have those 3 studios combined to keep making a COD every 2 to 3 years. They're all 3 massive studios that make COD games. Why not have the 3 of them support each other? And let those other studios...
What about the question of single player games? Why must that release every year? Why not let that rest a bit and focus more energy on Warzone and turn that more into a into a Fortnite like, where bigger things can happen in that world. That way, you probably don't even need as many studios as you have working on that thing, because they are working on first party, single player, as well as keeping Warzone alive. You know, you could focus some energy on Warzone, because where is Warzone? Warzone's everywhere right now, including on PlayStation. Yes. So guess what? You check all those boxes. Hey, we did what we said we were going to do, but maybe for the next 3 years, smaller stories in the Warzone universe rather than separate first-party games release. And then the others can go off and be a bit more creative. You know, I would love to see that. That would be, to me, that'd be a win, right? Because then the creatives can go off and possibly bring back some of the weird stuff that we enjoy. You know,
but it also gives them. If I'm going to put my cynical, shifty hat on, which I love to do, it also helps them complete their 10-year COD deals without actually releasing too many traditional COD games to put on other platforms. So they can still fulfill their contractual obligations. Because in the end, I asked John this question, and he's like, no, I'll ask you the same question. As far as I'm aware, there's no law that says ABK has to make COD games.
Not at all.
There's no law. There's no law in place that requires that Activision Blizzard continues to make Call of Duty games.
Yep. Now, there is a contractual obligation that says that if they make one for X amount of years, they have to market that with Sony.
Yes, and that ends next year.
Yeah.
Which is something that we haven't actually spoken about. But there's no law, there's nothing in place that says Activision Blizzard has to make a Call of Duty game. They could literally choose to stop making them. I'm not saying they would, because it makes too much money. But the point I'm making is that in the end, there's no law that says they have to keep doing the things they're doing the way they're doing them. There's nothing to suggest that under Microsoft's all, well, no, let's give COD some breathing space now. Warzone makes a lot of money. The multiplayer keeps making a lot of money. Let's just give the single-player campaigns a rest, and let's let these studios breathe and take their time and not crunch them into the ground. Because remember, we don't want to make these people miserable like Bobby was making them. So we want to let these studios breathe. You know, some people at High Moon, like, there could be all sorts of stories. Maybe all these support studios hate doing it. Maybe High Moon wants to go back to doing Transformers-like action games. Maybe Toys for Bob. Maybe there's someone at Toys for Bob that's like dying to make Banjo-Kazooie 3. Like, the whole landscape could change once Microsoft actually has them. And all of a sudden, maybe COD isn't going to keep going the way it's going. This is why this whole focus on COD is so bizarre to me.
Well, I mean, it makes perfect sense, though. Bizarre. It's bizarre from a business perspective, but from a Microsoft perspective, it makes perfect sense. You want to focus on one side of the business, one side of the house. We'll let you focus there. And all the while, all these other sides that you could potentially have a better argument on, you miss that point because you're busy focused on COD. Good for you. Let's go. Let's keep going in that direction, right? Because if they focused in mobile too much, if they focus too much on the other aspects of the business, they might have a more point to make about, you know, purchasing this big thing. But, you know, Sony was day one on COD. I mean, isn't that exactly what Phil Spencer anticipated? The moment that deal was even announced, he was like, "We called Sony. We're keeping COD," because they knew that's where the focus would be. So keep it there. You know,
I know. It's just, I just find it bizarre that there's so much focus on something that isn't set in its existence isn't set in stone or by law. It could end tomorrow. Yet it seems to be the primary focus of something that regulators are looking to block, to the detriment of so many things. Like, in the end, call it marketing speak, call it corporate bootlicking, call it whatever garbage you want. In the end, ABK under Microsoft means cheaper avenues and more avenues to ABK's games. Whether you want to admit that or not, whether you like that or not, however you want to label what I just said, you do you.
Yeah.
But in the end, ABK under Microsoft means cheaper avenues and more avenues to those games.
Yeah.
Why would regulators want to stop that? It makes no sense. Like, it's just, it's dumb. It's beyond dumb. Like they want to, or because they're ultimately worried about who the market leader, because Nintendo is doing just fine without it, and without most of ABK's content. They're doing just fine without it.
Kings of the PC realm don't even want a contract because Steam is like, yeah, you'll give it to us. It's fine. We don't need you to sign.
Valve
a
was like, whatever. Your word is good enough. Absolutely, PlayStation is far too entrenched to go anywhere, and it was never more clear to me than when I caught up with my little cousins yesterday. I haven't seen these two for a while. They're like 11 and 10. They walked into my house. They saw my gaming setup. And they were like, they were saying how they've got PS5s. And they're like, why do you have an Xbox? And I'm like...
They want to analyze you and get to the root of your problem.
You know those toxic Twitter fanboys that you see?
Yeah.
That's these two were that personified. I saw it in person. Like everything they said to me was what you hear from
Console
those
War
toxic Twitter
IRL.
fanboys.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, it was crazy
time.
stuff. They were like, "Why do you have an Xbox?" I'm like, "What do you mean? I've got everything there." They're like, "But there's nothing to play on Xbox. Like everything's on PlayStation." I'm like, "What do you mean?" I go, "How am I going to play Halo on
Says
PlayStation?"
who?
They're like, "You don't need to play Halo." I'm like,
"Oh,
but then how am I going to play Gears of War on PlayStation? You don't have to play Gears of War. I go, okay, well, what about Forza? They're like, oh, yeah, Forza's pretty good. I'm like, okay, so, but like, you've got to have, if I've got an Xbox, then I get to play everything. They're like, yeah, but PlayStation's just the best. And that was like, I think, the moment where I'm like, these regulators are idiots. Well, this is what's coming through now. This is what Sony, I've always said, Sony is so masterful at cultivating that attitude that PlayStation's not going anywhere. Even if COD, and these kids don't play COD. Yeah. They're 11 and 10. They don't play COD. They play Fortnite and they play NBA 2K23 and so this is even for me it was reinforcing even more
eye-opening.
Why COD isn't like, it's not like COD, even in a world where COD was exclusive to Xbox, it wouldn't be the end of PlayStation. Yes, would they still be the market leader? Maybe not.
So let me give you my tinfoil hat reason on it. And then we might, let me give you my tinfoil hat reason on it. I think that, and there's no reason for me to think so, but based on everything on the ground right now, everything we've seen so far, I think that argument that they are putting forth that they want a good deal is a lie. They're being disingenuous in that. They don't want a good deal. And Microsoft knows they don't want a good deal. That's why they're throwing around 10 years, 15 years. Sony does not want a good deal. They do not want a good deal. They don't want parity of this. They don't want parity of content. No. They don't want... All they want is for this deal to go away because the moment it's solid, nothing you say can be taken seriously anymore because, you have a subscription service. You say your games are expensive and they can't go in there. Well, what about the biggest game ever on Game Pass right now? The biggest, most important, most expensive game every year tends to be free on Game Pass. So all of a sudden, your argument, you leading the market by hand and saying, this is the best place to play. And, by the way, our games must be a year, if not 6 months or older, because, our games are just at that higher cachet. They can't make that argument anymore. And with that also goes their leadership in dictating terms. Yeah. Right? So they can't say that to regulators. All they can keep saying is they're going to give us a bad deal. When in fact, I think Microsoft knows that. So they're like, let's show you the best deal possible and have you not agree to it in public to show you how unreasonable you're being. Hence the waving of the contacts.
Understandably, Sony just wants to protect their empire and what they've got. And they're acutely aware of the fact that once Microsoft owns it, that empire crumbles a little bit. Whether they like it or not, whether intentional or unintentional, it crumbles a little bit. Because all of a sudden... COD's never going to be marketed as a PlayStation game ever again.
Yep. And
don't underestimate the power that marketing has. It'll never be marketed as a PlayStation game ever again. It'll never get 30-day, 1-year exclusivity on maps and all that sort of stuff ever again. All of that stuff that has helped reinforce Call of Duty almost as a PlayStation game, it all goes away. And they're acutely aware of that. You know,
but you can't say that to regulators. We don't like it. You need to stop it, because then
That's
our
right.
narrative goes away. You can't say that. So you have to pick a point that you're trying to make and stick to that point. And then, of course, Microsoft is doing everything they can to go, is that really your problem? Well, then here's your solution. Why aren't you taking it? It's the greatest solution.
why do you think Microsoft subpoenaed all that paperwork from Sony?
Yeah.
And why do you think Sony keeps delaying it? Now, I'm not suggesting they're out there shredding certain documents. I wouldn't be surprised if they were. But I would argue, this is just a hunch of mine, Sony would be acutely aware of the sort of stuff that's going to come out of all that paperwork.
Oh, yeah.
Not only that, there's another element to this. Sony would want... The other reason Sony wants this deal blocked and would want it to go away is because once Microsoft owns ABK, they also own everything that comes with ABK. Any contracts Sony has signed with them, any dodgy dealings that have gone on in the background, Microsoft has access to all of it.
Yeah. I mean, they had access to all of that with Bethesda, because remember, that was also a lot of, they have a lot of those documents. Yeah, absolutely.
But I would argue that the contracts in place with Activision are probably
even more,
juicier and
yeah.
next level compared to whatever was there with Bethesda. Like, if there's any dodgy dealings going on in terms of, is COD being held back? Are we not using Xbox's full feature set? Because part of Sony's contract is that if stuff like that was in any of that paperwork, Microsoft has access to all of it. So so Sony's protecting more than just their empire. There's probably a lot of other stuff Sony is protecting by wanting this deal blocked. And that's why this is becoming very, very interesting now, as it appears to be reaching the finish line. It appears to be.
Just wake me up when we get to that finish line, because all the back and forth and the people and the conversations, and it's getting tiring. It is. It really is. Although it's super interesting. Like, I keep bringing them up. My co-host pours through those documents on a weekly basis. Like literally, just I picture him with the bifocals. He delves deep so that he has a better understanding of it. But we're heading in that direction. It looks like we're heading towards the finish line. I can't wait for them to get there so we can move on to something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Again, I keep saying it. I want it to be over. I'm happy. I'll discuss it, whatever. And it's weird. I'm aware of how weird it would look to people that I sit there and say, I probably prefer the deal not go through, but then I keep arguing for it to go through. Because in the end, I'm going to call it as I see it. I'm going to argue a case on its merits. Yeah. If I prefer Sega and Capcom over ABK, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that I can't see the fact that there's no reason for the ABK deal not to go through.
There's precedent on their side. You can't yada 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 the precedent and all that just because big tech bad. That's just ridiculous, right? You want to do that, give us real reasons. And so far, there are more people on Twitter with actual valid reasons than there are in these documents sometimes, right? Some of the stuff they say, you're just scratching your head like, what are we talking about here, Nintendo is not counted because they're not a high-performance console. Oh, they're a brand for children. Have you seen some of the stuff in the eShop, ladies and gentlemen?
I know. It's just... Look, in the end, to sort of... Because, my God, I feel like we could talk about this for so much longer.
Yeah.
To close this out, what I wish is, I wish more in the media would do a better job at hiding where their bias lies. In the end, you can turn around and go, well, you guys are Xbox. Well, yeah, we don't hide it. We're XboxEra. It's not incumbent on us to be as neutral as possible. We are Team Xbox. That's what we are. We're XboxEra. But when you're an IGN or you're not that Kotaku is held to the highest journalistic standards out there, but all these, whether it's Keeley, whether it's Klepek, whether it's Dring, whether it's you guys, I think a lot of these journalists and folks in the media, I think they forget how big their following is. I think they forget how much weight their voice carries. I think, and it's easy to do, I understand that, but I just think they forget. And they also forget their own pasts and histories and things they've said and written in the past. Because remember, the internet doesn't forgive or forget.
Absolutely.
Rightly or wrongly, the internet doesn't forgive or forget.
No.
So when you write articles that are framed in such a way that make this out to be bad, you're showing your hand. Because so far the only arguments I ever see from them against this deal is ultimately the root of it, the core of it is, PlayStation may not be dominant anymore. And then they hide that behind, I don't want the market to be consolidated. The whole market consolidation argument, you mentioned it earlier. Someone new will pop up.
Yeah. It's a
Someone new will pop up.
It's happened many times. Look at ABK. They themselves are an amalgamation of all the consolidation that they did in the 90s. It doesn't exist that there's a market that just doesn't eat each other to make room for others. So it's a disingenuous argument at best. Yeah.
Sony bought Psygnosis, one of the biggest European publishers at the time.
That's how they started their climb. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Others have come along since in Europe.
Yeah.
Someone else will come along. The whole consolidation thing is just, I feel it's the most
argument.
It is. It's the most hollow, disingenuous argument out of all of them. Just simply through we've got more publishers and developers in the world than we've ever had before, and more will come. So if ABK disappears, okay, well, someone else will come along, or someone else will grow. Someone who's already there will grow more. It's not.
We were talking about Annapurna. They're waiting in the wings to shine. There are many of them waiting in the wings to shine. On the point of the journalists and all of that, it just harkens me back to that adage, that Spider-Man adage, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
I feel like they don't take that seriously. And even me and some of us in the community whose perch is considerably smaller, that adage helps me calibrate my thinking a bit when speaking, because you don't want to come out there and be all ridiculous when you know that a lot of people listen to you and some people take advice from the things you say and all this. It seems like some folks don't take that to heart, and because of that you get a lot of that emotional tirades on the internet these days. Yep. Written into articles and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, someone just mentioned
Devolver
in the chat,
Digital,
Devolver.
yes.
Yeah, Devolver could grow, and Annapurna could grow. I mean, Embracer
Devolver also
keeps
can't make a mistake these days. Devolver cannot make a mistake. They just keep releasing cool, weird indie stuff. They are also waiting in the wings to shine. Absolutely.
This is what
I don't
saying.
think it's an issue.
So I can't. So sort of when someone brings up consolidation, I mean, have a look at it. Anyone I've ever met that brought up the consolidation argument also happened to prefer PlayStation. Now, whether that's a coincidence or not, I don't know.
Yeah.
But you see it a lot on Reset. That, consolidation's bad. It's all bad. Now, we all know Reset is the unofficial PlayStation forum. It seems to all be the same types of people that hide behind the consolidation shield. Because there's too much out there for consolidation to be a genuine problem.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Someone else will grow. Someone else will come along, as they always have over the last 40 years. I feel
think
like
we beat that one to the ground.
I feel like we spoke about it, and we still probably forgot to talk about stuff. I would not be surprised at all.
What is your favorite topic to go on rants about? I don't care what you say.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's my favorite topic. I go on rants because the insanity of it eats away at me.
It eats at his soul, sir. It eats at his soul.
He doesn't have a soul. It eats where the soul should be.
It's so insane that it brings out the worst in me. But I guess now it's time, isn't it? It's time for Name a Game.
It is.
Oh boy. Let
Yeah?
me see if I can do this.
Rolling the intro.
Okay.
He's gone. Oh, he's back.
He's back. Okay. I'm not crackling or anything, am I?
Nope,
No, you
you've
sound
had
good.
sounded fine the entire show.
Okay, good. So, Name a Game time. Now, before we start Name a Game, I've got a story that I need to tell.
Okay.
There's a story. So, I knew this guy, right? And he was going for a walk in the forest. Don't worry, this is going somewhere. And during his walk in the forest, he came up to like this giant bush, yeah? And out of this bush, a bear jumped out. This bear jumps out of the bush and starts chasing this guy. And he's just like running. He's running for dear life, and this bear is just chasing him. And the bear's like getting closer and closer. It's like salivating as it's running after him. And as the man's running, he trips over. And he's fallen over, and the bear has caught up to him. And now this guy, this man is traditionally, he's normally an atheist. This guy doesn't believe in God. But for the first time in his life, this man, I think, turned to God. Like in that moment where he realized that he's done, he has turned to God. And he's like, God, if you're there, he's like, please, you've got to help me, answer my prayers, God. He's like, I know I'm an atheist, but, you know, I need you to help me. Like, please, can you make this bear like a Christian? Can you make this bear Christian? Can you make this bear believe in God? Anyway, the bear's like up on its haunches. And it's like, it's about to like bear down on this man and tear him to shreds and eating. And just as it's about to like take a bite out of him, the bear just stops. The bear just completely stops in its tracks. And the guy's like, oh my God, he's thinking to himself, it's worked. He's like, God has answered my prayers. It's worked. And he's like, thank you. He's like, thank you, Lord. Anyway, the bear, who has just stopped from its meal, sits up and it starts to talk. The bear talks.
Talking bear.
And the bear says, Lord, I thank you for this meal I'm about to enjoy before me. Now, you might say to yourself, what's the point of this story? The point is, if this man had a lawnmower 4.0 on his person at the time he was walking in the forest, the bear would not have been able to sneak up on him out of those bushes because his lawnmower 4.0 would have been able to clear everything away for him to have seen this bear. So the point of the story is a lawnmower 4.0 could save your life. So make sure that you go to manscaped.com and use our code XboxEra to get 20% off and free shipping for your lawnmower 4.0.
Your chat is loving that connection. Well done, sir. Expertly done. Expertly done, sir. Okay.
God. Anyway.
Okay. There we go.
There was something. Are you in Buzzin Live, Asante?
I am in Buzzin Live. I will warn you all. This is the episode where Nick like literally takes it all, because if I get one of these right, I'll be special. This is me. Like, it's like Jeopardy. Every time I'm watching it, whenever I get one right, it's like one every episode barely. So I watch this show constantly. I don't get them right. Let's go. Come on.
Now, yeah, I saw that. It looks good. We're also playing for patrons. This week I am playing for Croat56, and Asante is playing for Not Jack. That is who we are
Sorry,
playing
not
for.
Jack.
So
I'm
whoever
sorry.
wins.
I warn you now. Sorry, not Jack.
No, you'll be fine. Trust me.
Go ahead.
I have not been. What? Yeah, that's right. And then hopefully I don't say something like I said about Seamus that time. Okay. Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, they're saying Jesse is muted. You're silent, Jesse.
There, bam.
Okay.
OBS is fixed. For some reason, OBS just loves to not actually keep my microphone on like it should. So,
Okay.
should be good now.
How come we keep losing your camera?
Oh no, I had to quickly go and grab something for my wife who was ready.
Oh, okay. I'm like, why is the camera? Don't tell me you're having that camera overheating thing.
No,
Yeah,
no. I'm good.
I get
I'm good,
muted
yes.
when I go to desktop audio because I got to turn my mic on. But OBS likes to just randomly not be on my mic anymore for no reason. So
That's so strange.
new scoreboard, everyone. If you like it, it was it's why the stream crashed earlier. I was trying to move the buzzin.live thing, and it didn't like that when it was in studio mode. And it went kaboosh. But this is name a game. This week.
Apologies for me not looking closer to the camera because I've got my buzz in on this screen here.
You've got the chat there to give you all the
have it
answers.
in
I know.
front of me.
Yeah, no chat.
Yeah.
Can't be in chat.
John is. You
No
know, the
chat,
moment
okay.
I knew John was cheating was Bloodborne. When he got Bloodborne, I'm like, yeah, he's looking at the chat and cheating like 100%. Anyway,
Nick's very
I've
competitive.
been bad this year anyway. You'll probably win, Asante, because last year I was quite good, but this year I have not been good at all.
This one is one of the easiest categories that will probably mine a lot. It is just games that are in Xbox Game Pass. Games that are in
There's only like
one of the.
350
There's only like
of those,
so it's like 515. So
Yeah.
you know,
yeah,
number
Good
one
luck to me. Let's go.
this
is.
will be easy.
I tried to pick things you have heard of. There's there's shit you're gonna have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I
Number
know.
one is a direction absent. A direction absent.
Oh, okay. I feel very stupid because I think I know what it is.
A
but I can't come up
Same
with
here.
direction absent.
This is one of those things where I don't want to give you the clue.
Oh, hold on.
Buzz in if you know.
Okay, Asante.
Direction absent. Way out.
Yeah,
A way
that's
out.
it. Yep, correct.
I
A
got
way
one,
out.
ladies and gentlemen.
See?
Thank God, and the scoreboard
Told
actually
ya,
updated.
I'm not good this year.
Downhill from here. Direction absent. Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, number one goes to Mr. K Asante. Number two, unidentified solitude.
Reset the buzzers.
Oh yeah, right. Thank you. Unidentified solitude. Unidentified solitude.
Solitude.
Shit.
A little tricky.
This is an indie game, isn't it?
No.
Oh, then it's not the game I thought it was. Okay. Then it's completely not the game I thought it might have been.
Hi, Phasma. I would say it's not a big
Unidentified.
developer, but it is a not indie publisher. Who made this again? Let me double check.
Solitude.
Oh, hold on. No,
You don't have to
I'm
hold
not
on
giving
either,
Asante-
Buzz. You don't.
Yeah, I'm not
Mr.
giving Asante the clue.
Mr. Next.
Is this about to leave Game Pass?
I don't know.
Unidentified.
Is it Alien Isolation?
It is.
Ah.
Correct.
I'm like, I think that's about to leave Game Pass.
Is it? Okay.
Been there a while. Not a shock.
Yeah, ages. It's such a good
Yeah.
game.
Was
It
it?
is such a good game.
Running this is a pain in the butt. I got to change the question, clear the buzzer, update the scoreboard, and I always forget to do one of them. They're all done now. So number three,
That's okay.
right into it, is demise abandoning. 2 words. Demise abandoning.
Demise abandoning.
Abandoning.
Mr. K Asante.
Death Stranding?
Correct.
Ha! Look at that.
Damn.
I got 2 of them. Demise abandoning. That's amazing. You picked lowbrow ones for me, didn't you? You must have.
I didn't even think I just keep thinking Xbox. I didn't even think PC.
Yeah. Because I
I
played
just
on
think
PC.
Xbox.
Death Stranding. Yes.
All right.
Awesome.
I didn't even.
Resetting the buzzers.
Mm-hmm.
For a potential win or for a potential tie, we have Breakout Institute. Breakout Institute. Breakout Institute. Breakout Institute.
Breakout Institute. Breakout Institute. Oh, hold on.
For the win?
Escape Academy.
Correct.
Ha! This is amazing.
Told ya.
Y'all did that for me, didn't you? Seriously, because
They're never that hard. They're clever because I'm so smart.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Escape Academy. Yes. And I never played it, but I heard. I've seen it.
You probably heard
many
John
times. Okay.
talk about it. He loves it.
Wow. Okay. See. This is good. Y'all did this just to make me feel good. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I've still got plenty more.
Told ya.
I love doing them. Look at that 3 under that nice looking scoreboard. They want to make you so the scoreboard can always look like that, but they want to make you pay to make it look like that with just the basic browser source. So I said, up yours. I'm not paying $12 a month, and I just made 2 browser sources and I cropped it out. That's mine.
Very cool.
Take that. Keep the score.co. Next one is Liquidator, Planet of Extermination. Liquidator, Planet of Extermination. A recently
Currently in Game
renamed
Pass.
game.
Renamed.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Renamed. Used to have a 3 on the end of it. Nick.
Hitman World of Assassination.
Correct.
Oh yeah. Duh. That's the clue. You used to have a 3 next to it. Duh.
I would not have got that otherwise.
I could tell neither of you were going to have no
got that
chance.
otherwise.
I could tell you were going to have no chance, so that's why I gave more.
I would not have got that otherwise.
Not that it was a hard one. It was just, I could see the vacant look in the eyes. I was like, yeah. All right. Next. Vacant Paladin. Vacant Paladin. Vacant Paladin. This game has a blah 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 edition after that. I didn't bother with that. Just the main name everyone calls it. Vacant Paladin.
I'm lost at that one.
Mike Minotti's favorite.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Nick.
Oh, hold on. No, go ahead, Nick.
Hollow Knight.
Correct.
Yeah.
I only get them after
favorite
just
as well.
gives that clue.
I
only get it after just
I only
gives
give the clues because I can tell that one was not clicking for anybody.
No, the vacant part got me. Paladins, Knights, I get that, but the vacant, I'm like, Hollow vacant.
It was only because he said
okay.
Mike Minotti, and I watch enough
Yeah.
of Mike and Jeff to know that he loves Hollow Knight.
All right. 3 left. Mesozoic
Buzzer.
Meadow
Buzzer.
Development 2. Mesozoic Meadow Development 2.
I know the game, but I can't remember its proper name, and I'll end up giving him the answer.
I mean,
Oh,
Nick.
bugger it. Isn't it Jurassic World? Jurassic World Evolution 2 or whatever it's called, the park maker game. Jurassic. I can't remember its proper name. Jurassic something 2.
Take a guess if you can get it correct all the way, K Asante. You take it.
oh no,
He's very
I
close.
will not. Jurassic World Evolution.
That
Like,
the World
yeah.
Park creator.
Yeah.
Jurassic
I know
Jurassic-
exactly the game.
Jurassic
Yeah.
Park Evolution
Jurassic
2.
Park.
Jurassic
Well,
Park
Evolution.
Evolution.
I'll
2.
give
Okay,
you that one, Nick.
Yeah.
Not that it matters anything. You already
I,
lost.
I knew the
Horribly.
game. I
You
just
got your
couldn't
ass
remember the
whooped.
exact name
Yeah.
properly. I knew the game. I just, I love the way I keep getting them after it's already over.
Almost.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You choke so
if you
bad
needed any
during the
more
game.
proof that I'm not cheating and looking at the chat, it's the fact that I can't win at all these
You choose people you hate and then you lose on purpose. We all know. All right, the next one's a little tricky.
Okay.
The first 3 words make up one word. It is Dead of Night. Dead-of-night. Fisticuffs announce. Dead of Night, fisticuffs announce.
Okay. Fisticuffs announce.
Really, not that many ways I can say what Dead of Night is.
Yeah,
covering
I know
for.
the first word. I just don't know the rest of it. Because you threw me with fisticuffs announce. I was actually going to say a different game, but the fisticuffs announce now.
Dead of Night, fisticuffs announce. Oh.
Get a buzz.
Oh, hold on. Express. Something Express. Come on. Midnight.
He doesn't get it. I'm getting it.
Midnight
'Cause I know
Fight
the
Express.
You got it?
Yeah.
Correct.
I love
I
that
knew the
game.
first word was
Love that
midnight.
game.
I knew the first word was midnight.
Yeah.
Dead of Night is midnight. And I went to say Midnight Suns, but then he's like fisticuffs, whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay, so
Oh
it's
my
not
goodness.
midnight
The
Suns.
fighting thing, that got me. The fighting thing. That's what
Oh
clued
my
me
god,
in.
this
Yes.
next one's so long.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what was I thinking?
Okay.
All right. Vegetables against reanimated corpses. Arboretum bloodshed.
I'm sorry, hit me with that one again.
Vegetables against reanimated corpses. Arboretum bloodshed.
Oh, redo the buzzer. Redo the buzzer. I know it.
Yeah. Nick wins.
Vegetables. Oh. But yeah.
Plants versus Zombies. Shit, what's it called? The
I
neighborhood
got it
one.
if you don't.
No, it's not the neighborhood one.
Plants versus
not?
Zombies. Garden Warfare.
Correct.
Yeah.
There you go. And oddly enough, Plants vs. Zombies, one of my favorite PopCap games from way back in the day. Yes.
And that is name a game. Thank you
I
all
love
so
the
much.
way I got them all after it was already over.
Unfreaking believable.
Because you are a
I
choke
can't believe
artist,
I
Nick.
won that one. Huh. Unbelievable. I'm sorry. That was crazy. Okay. I swear I have sat in this chair watching you guys do this for like so long, and I barely get 1 or 2 right. And this time I actually won. Look at you. So not what is it? Who was not Jack? I guess I'm not
Jack.
sorry. Good for you, man. That's awesome.
Yeah. I better update my spreadsheet.
That's so good.
Jack.
Love it.
Thank you, Brett. I had.
Yeah, that was it.
I actually did remember
So-
for once.
Yeah. So, as you know, we all play for patrons. So, Not Jack is the winner. He'll get a code. I think Jesse will go through and let him pick a code from the many, many games we have to pick from. Cool. But we'd like to thank all our patrons for helping make everything we do possible. It legitimately can't be said enough. Like, we've got patrons that have been there for like 2 years plus supporting us. And it's the Patreon that helps with our giveaways. That's how we do our giveaways. Because I know a lot of you probably see the Control sponsorship and a lot of you probably see the Manscaped stuff and you think, these guys are raking it in. They don't need our support. No. I assure you we do. The Control and Manscaped stuff isn't the financial boon that you might think it is. The Patreon represents the vast majority of everything we do. The way Jesse has all of this looking, while I won't say how, the Patreon is also very much responsible for that too. So we can't thank our patrons enough, especially those that have been there from the early days and have never stopped supporting us. But as you can see along the bottom, the tier 2s and tier 3s run along the bottom, but we also love our tier 1s, our followers. We are going to be starting Patreon temporary exclusive podcasts as well.
Well, the movie is going to be perm, but then we'll have temporary things such as the Game Pass show and a few others that will be week exclusives. But the movie podcast, which is in the works, and we could even show the logo right now if we wanted to. That one is perm exclusive.
Is it? Why?
You need to have at least one. You can't give away everything for free.
Okay.
But we'll have
Where's the
plenty of
logo?
stuff that you get a week. All right. Movie podcast. Oh my god, these logos are so nice. It's almost like the guy that we have making logos for us is real darn talented. There it is.
Is it showing?
Sick and
Okay.
Nick's Flicks.
Yeah,
Oh,
Sick
wow.
and Nick's
That's cool.
Flicks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good title.
Yeah, I think it is too.
We've got a going live screen ready to go. That's all pretty looking.
Yeah. I wasn't joking when I said it on Twitter. I am thinking about doing a Nintendo podcast as well. Which would be one of those ones where it's like Patreon exclusive for like a week and then it would go public. Like I was shocked. Like I put out a bit of a thing on Twitter saying, "Oh, I'm thinking about doing a Nintendo podcast." Anyone? Because no one at XboxEra likes Nintendo, so no one will want to be my co-host at XboxEra. So I was like, "Anyone want to be my co-host?" I was actually shocked at the number of DMs I got from people going, "Hey, I'll jump on a Nintendo podcast with you." I was like, "Oh, okay." I did not expect anyone. Although I think Creaky Legs probably wouldn't mind doing a Nintendo podcast, but I'll see. Like I was quite taken aback by the response that I got.
The only thing is there's not
Nintendo
that
podcast.
much Nintendo news, so it wouldn't be weekly or it would be like maybe monthly at the most.
That's the problem. And I had this discussion with one of the people who wants to do the show with me. I said, look, Nintendo's not in the news the way Xbox is. So the format would be very, very, very different to, say, this podcast. I have to figure out what that podcast would look like. And I want it to be something that people would actually give a shit about to watch. So that's
we could
difficult...
tie it maybe to big releases. Tears of the Kingdom hits. You do a podcast if you've been playing that. If
I don't know.
There's something that happens, but yeah, monthly at the most, I would think.
I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. It may be very nostalgia driven, and maybe my market becomes old people. We'll see what happens.
Which is basically Nintendo, right? Then the whole thing is nostalgia driven. Why not?
Basically, so it may have to be something like that.
Your
but
audience
yes.
will mostly be Nintendogs, and you'll be one of the
that's
last.
right.
Yeah. But
I see
ultimately,
what you did there.
we want to thank our patrons very much. And one of the many perks of being a patron, as well as merch and obviously the content that will be coming up, is that you get to ask community questions. We have a section of the forum that patrons can access 99% of the time. Sometimes some glitches happen that we have to fix. But you get access to a special section of the forum where I create a thread where you can ask us questions and we read them on the show, which is what we will do right now. There's not too many, which is always good. So, community question number 1, Cade Forever. Hey, fellas. Nick, that Seamus interview is amazing. Maybe not for you. No, it was not for me to begin with. I was thinking of great interview guests for future episodes, and your next Twitter target should be Fergus Urquhart and Brian Fargo. Specifically, I think the interview should be centered on the 80s and 90s of RPG development, their early careers of working at Interplay, their involvement with the creation of Fallout, and how such a talented publisher like Interplay fell into financial ruin. I will look into that, Cade Forever, but let me just say, I don't know if it's because I'm Australian and don't have access to certain things. Getting guests for us is harder than one may think. Like, I really want Cliffy B, but I literally have no way. I may have to ask the Iron Lords how they got in touch with him, but I have no idea. Outside of badgering him publicly on Twitter, I have no idea how I get Cliff on.
I mean, I'm sorry there, Nick, but I have to interject and say you guys got Phil. So come on now. I'm sorry. Y'all got the golden goose already. So
yeah,
everything else is downhill after that point.
It did cost us Xbox PR liking us very much.
Oh, okay.
Nick and his personality and the way he writes emails, I mean, nothing.
I think I write emails just fine. It's more how persistent I am, more so than the way I think I word my emails quite well. It's just I'm very persistent. And with Phil, a lot of it was luck. Don't forget. Like, I mean, we told the story on the episode. If Phil never replied to that Xbox Live DM, we're probably never getting Phil on the show.
No.
So it was pure luck. And thus far, I have not had any of that luck with Cliff, Reggie. I want Reggie on, Peter Moore. You know, it's... I'll try for Fergus and Brian Fargo, but how much luck I have, I don't know. Okay. Hi them G. With something like COD being on Nintendo for 10 years, and not only that, but whatever Brad Sam said about Xbox games on Switch part, or the next Nintendo platform, but I'm not talking about native ports. But what if it indicates maybe the Game Pass with xCloud on Switch, or the next Nintendo platform, as far as it has to be curated games without having the same third-party games on the eShop, or some exception of third-party games and such? Your take on that theory? Well, yeah, Brad Sams clarified that he was talking purely about COD. But I would not be surprised if Microsoft wants Game Pass on Switch and some variant of, or I should say xCloud on Switch and a variant of Game Pass. Like, we've spoken a long time ago in the past that they can do, like they've got Game Pass for Xbox and Game Pass for PC. They've got specific types of Game Pass. I don't see why they couldn't have a Game Pass curated specifically for the Switch.
Yeah.
I don't see why they couldn't have something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft wants it.
Now, the question is, does Nintendo want it? Because oddly enough, every time I watch a Nintendo Direct, I'm watching a bunch of games that people say are eShop games, but tend to come to Game Pass. Most of them do.
Yeah, I mean, Nintendo's a funny company like that. Yeah, Nintendo's a funny company like that. Like, I feel like they probably would want it. Like, I feel like Nintendo wouldn't... Like, they've already got a great relationship with Microsoft. We know that. I don't see Nintendo saying no to more AAA games, like the stuff they don't normally get on their platform being on their platform. Especially when they don't have to develop them. Like, they don't have to do anything. Microsoft just does it all. So, I don't envision them saying no to that. He's got a PS. If that's the case with MS partnership with Nintendo, I don't have to bother you anymore. But I'm just going to ask, is this any updates on Killzone making a comeback, along with Resistance game coming back as a remaster and remake ground up, along with Sly Cooper by any chance? Sly Cooper. I can't believe people still tag me on Twitter about Sly Cooper saying any updates. Sucker Punch came out and told you that there's no Sly Cooper in the works. So, again, I'm not going to go back on anything I said. I had 2 sources tell me that there was a Sly Cooper game coming. Maybe there was one and it's been cancelled. I mean, everyone seems to pick and choose when they're happy to believe that sort of stuff. Maybe there was one in the works and it got cancelled. Maybe there was one being spoken about and it never went any further. I don't know. Again, I've been open about where all this stuff comes from, so I don't know what you want me to tell you. Killzone and Resistance. I mean, I don't know. I love Resistance. I liked one of the Killzone games, which was Shadowfall.
Killzone had a good spark. Even the Switch the Vita version, the Killzone on the Vita was really good.
Killzone good. Liberation on PSP.
Okay.
Liberation is amazing. That's my favorite Killzone game. You know why? It's not a first-person shooter. It's one of those isometric little... Okay. It's not even a strategy. It's like... What do you call... I don't even know what you call it. It's like... No, it's...
Twin stick?
Was it twin stick? It kind of is. It's kind of like an isometric twin stick thing. I love Liberation. Like, I've my PS TV just for Liberation.
Cool. I have my PS TV upstairs. I love that thing.
It'd be great if it was 1080 though. Oh yeah, there's Jesse showing Liberation now. This game is so good. I love stuff like this. Stuff like Liberation, that simple little... I love this stuff.
I even like the Halo versions. I like the Halo did this. Yeah, the
Spartan
Twin Sticks
Assault
one.
and Strike are
Yeah.
great. Like I love
them,
stuff
yeah.
like this. I want more of this. Like this is the world I want to live in, where we get really super high quality equivalents of these kinds of games. Resogun, Super Stardust HD, Killzone Liberation, you know, Ori. Like I want more of that. That's the stuff I prefer now as I become an old man. I prefer stuff like this over your more traditional
2.5D
most
stuff.
Yeah. Oh, can't get enough of it. Can't get enough of it. It's so good. Okay. Dio game. I also saw something in the chat that I want to talk about. It's not a super chat. It's not any of those things, but I want to talk about it anyway. Dio game. Hi all. Rand raised an interesting point. Did he? On Xbox 2 last week. He said the discussion around Xbox these days reminds him of the discussion in 2013. I personally wouldn't go that far, but I think it does make for some interesting food for thought. What is your take? Well, I think we touched on this earlier when I talked about the masks falling off. And we've spoken about this stuff just generally in the past. Like, again, I know because I've seen myself clipped on Twitter and people calling me a clown and all that sort of stuff. In the end, it is what it is. Like a lot of the bigger name journalists these days, not all of them, but a lot of them, and a lot of them with influence, for whatever reason, are PlayStation guys. They just are. You can either accept that or not accept that. Like, I mean, for example, John Linneman from Digital Foundry has openly said, yeah, PlayStation's my preference. And see, I've got no issue with that kind of stuff. Like, that's fine. Like, if Jason Schreier is just open and says, yep, I prefer PlayStation. Patrick Kopech, yep, I prefer PlayStation. Blah, 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 blah. As long as it doesn't, and I get it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. That's fine. But as long as it doesn't, I guess, influence how you, I don't know if do your job is the right phrase. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
The problem with a lot of these guys is they haven't yet mastered the art of, I guess, not hiding their bias, but not letting it influence the things they say and the articles they write. And at the moment, they just haven't quite mastered that art yet.
It doesn't seep into their professionalism. It seems to take away from their professionalism.
Yeah, it's just they haven't quite got it yet. And this isn't me having a go, because I understand that preferences exist in the world. Like you can't say, oh, I don't like John from Digital Foundry because he prefers PlayStation. That's silly. He's allowed to prefer PlayStation. You can't say, oh, well, you know, this guy hates Xbox, whatever. People have their preferences. That's okay.
But I think what you're describing is you don't have a problem. We don't, and I'm a big Digital Foundry fan. This just for the record. I love Digital Foundry. I think what they do is a service. It's great. You can, but the problem, a lot of work. What you're describing is, I think the key is there's a difference between him being a PlayStation fan and then him like when comparing games, putting it in 4K and saying, see, the Series S sucks when it's not meant as a 4K system. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That seems to, it seems to rub folks the wrong way, because that means he's not taking that sentiment I was describing with great power comes great responsibility. He's not taking that seriously.
That's what I mean. The example I will always go back to, probably forever, and he's got me blocked on Twitter anyway because I called him out, so I don't care now. It's an Australian journalist named Luke Plunkett. Again, clearly has a preference for PlayStation, and that's fine. But there isn't anyone out there that doesn't hide it as much as him. And the perfect example of his work that I will give you is, I think I've said this before. He wrote an article. So MKV support came to Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Yeah?
Yeah, I remember that.
When MKV support came to Xbox, the article was, you can now watch pirated movies and TV shows on Xbox. Xbox bad. When MKV support came to PlayStation 4, it was MKV support comes to PlayStation 4. And now the PlayStation 4 is such a fantastic media player. But if you read the Xbox article, the Xbox is a piracy machine. It's so bad. It's all about piracy on Xbox. You can watch pirated stuff. That is my issue. Again, if Luke 100%. Wants to prefer PlayStation, good on you. Go for it. You can love PlayStation all you want. But once you let that seep into your work and you make it, that's my only issue with it.
Yeah,
really, the PlayStation article and the Xbox article should have been pretty much identical, but just swap PS4 for Xbox and interchange them. That's all it should have been.
Yeah.
Instead, one was Xbox bad, PlayStation good.
Yeah, and if you start with Xbox is a piracy machine because of the MKV edition, then you must make the same argument for PlayStation. You can't then go, it's great.
That's what I'm saying. He should have just literally taken his Xbox article and replaced the words Xbox with PS4, and it would have been the same article. They're both dirty piracy machines, or they both get MKV support. Do you know what I mean? Like it's that side of it that I take issue with, not your preference. You can have whatever bloody preference you want. You're free to like whatever you like, but if you're like, I don't hear people complain about journalists from Jewel Shockers. Why? Look at the name. It's Jewel Shockers. We understand that they are a PlayStation site. Push Square. We understand that they're a PlayStation site. So why would you take issue with them putting pro PlayStation spins on their articles? They're a PlayStation site. Do you know what I mean? Like that's where the difference lies. But if you're IGN, if you're Polygon, if you're Kotaku, if you're The Verge, or actually no, The Verge, I don't know where The Verge sits. The Verge
these days with Tom Warren, they tend to be pro Xbox people for the most part.
Yeah. But if you're one of the sites that's supposed to be just covers everything or whatever, then
news,
you need to be careful in letting
you need to understand your power, and you need to take responsibility for that.
Yeah, and you need to be careful in letting those preferences seep into your work. Like, we are XboxEra, so it seemed it would be silly to point out one of our articles and go, look how this Xbox site spins this Xbox news as good. Even though the funny thing is, I reckon half of us spend more time shitting on Xbox than anyone else. But at least if we were a spin factory, well, we're XboxEra. Like, we don't purport to be covering all of gaming. We are an Xbox media outlet. But if you're IGN, then you're IGN, and you have so much weight behind you. So when you post a meme saying, here's God of War running on PS4, here's God of War running on Xbox, and you've got a black screen, it's...
I did agree with Luke's tweet about how weird it was that people went to meet Major Nelson at an EB Games.
Oh my God. And that's what I mean. Like, he was calling Xbox fans, psychos and sycophants and stuff and all that sort of thing because they wanted to meet with Major Nelson. So you're telling me that if Jim Ryan rolled up to an EB Games in Australia, there wouldn't be a line out the door wanting to meet him from PlayStation? Like, come on, dude. Like,
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't say Jim Ryan. Maybe Shuhei. Shuhei, you get a line. But Jim, I don't know about Jim.
I so wanted to catch up. Shuhei was in Melbourne.
Shuhei's awesome. Shuhei's a
working
great dude.
in the city at the time. I was so hoping to find a way to catch up with him, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, Shuhei's awesome. I would love to do that.
Yeah, he is. He seems like a really cool... He seems more like PlayStation's Phil.
Yes.
I know he's not on that level.
Yeah,
but
he
seems more like PlayStation's Phil, where he actually plays games, he interacts with the community on Twitter. He appears
he's a gamer, you can tell.
Yeah, he appears to be the only one that's more... He almost behaves more like an Xbox exec, if that makes sense. In terms of his interaction with the community.
PlayStation used to have those kind of execs. He seems like the last of a dying breed around there.
Yeah, Herman's getting more into that side now. Cool. Herman Holst is starting to interact more on Twitter and all that sort of stuff. But Shuhei right now is like, on the PlayStation side, Shuhei's like the gold standard in terms of he interacts with the community and actually legit. You can tell he plays games.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, he's the only one that got an Xbox and went, "Oh, I'm loving this console," and all this when the whole thing happened, right? Xbox execs are all over the place on PlayStation. Shuhei got an Xbox. It was pretty cool.
So yeah, in the media, I just think a lot of these guys need to get better at just. And again, I'm not saying it's an easy thing, but a lot of these guys need to get better at not letting that preference influence what they're putting out there. Again, if one day Luke Plunkett wants to start a website called PlayStation is the best, then great, go for it. And you can do all like, but while you write for Kotaku, maybe don't let it have so much influence over how you do things. That's all. But yeah, I think probably went on with that question way more than I wanted to. Okay, Jesse brother, what's up, Travis brother and Nick? He does mention you later. Oops, is John freaking part time now? Jeez, tell me about it. Welcome back, Mr. Asante. Just came to say that last Diablo 4 trailer looks incredible. So does Suicide Squad kill the Justice League? Between those games and Redfall, my co-op itch will be well scratched. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Looking forward to specifically Redfall.
Kirby's return to Dreamland Deluxe is 4-player co-op too.
That might end up getting a lot of play in my house. My kids are very Kirby focused these days. They eyeballing Kirby on that eShop, so we might have to pay attention. Okay.
My son, I thought my son would want to play Kirby straight away. No, he just kept playing Rocket League.
You've indoctrinated him into Rocket League.
The apple does not fall far from the tree, and he plays a lot of Rocket League now. Like, not much distracts him from Rocket League anymore. Like, he had a Halo distraction for a while. There was some Fortnite distraction for a while. There was some Kirby's Forgotten World and that's all Rocket League now. And he's getting so good at it. Like,
how old is your son again?
7. And he's getting so good at Rocket League. I reckon by the time he's like 11, 12, he'll be one of those freaks that's just like flying everywhere and just, oh my God. It's getting crazy. But yes, co-op, there's a lot of co-op this year, which is what the question was about. And yes, John effectively is part-time. This podcast is clearly moving towards I am now the host, and I just changed my co-host.
Rotating chair.
Yeah, John didn't want to take 2 hours out of his night playing video games just to do.
John's pulling a Gaz and is quitting the show.
Yeah, it is just. It's a bit weak, but what do you?
I doubt that is true, but okay.
Okay. Koog, who I believe is a new patron. I believe. Koog. Hello, XboxEra crew. ABK deal opinion time. Yay, I know you hate it, but it's a decent question. Context. If you caught any of the interviews Brad Smith did this week, he dropped a banger piece of info, in my opinion, that nobody is talking about. The COD Oh, yes, we forgot to talk about this. I'm glad you're bringing it up then. The COD marketing exclusive content deal is done in a year with PlayStation. Let's say this deal is blocked. I don't think it will be. Does anyone actually think ABK will sign another 10 years with PlayStation? If we know anything about Bobby Kotick, he is a vengeful MFer, and Sony just blocked his golden parachute. Worst case scenario for Microsoft Xbox is every ABK game will be with Microsoft Xbox on marketing and exclusive content, and honestly, this might actually be better than ever owning them, lol. It will cost so much less. Can't wait to see it, if the deal is blocked, of course. So everyone just sit back and relax and let Sony fumble the bag. Keep up the great work. First time writing in and new to Patreon. Yes, thank you very much for joining the Patreon, Kook. And I'm glad you brought this up because I remember how I said before, I bet you there's stuff we completely forgot to talk about. This was one of those things. So Brad Smith did reveal that the current agreement for COD ends next year. This is very interesting because if ABK goes through, right? If ABK goes through, I am of the belief that if Sony doesn't sign a new agreement before the end of next year, which is when this deal currently ends, if Sony doesn't, like, I know the current deal is for marketing and all that sort of stuff, but I believe, and I stand to be corrected, but I did ask someone in the background about this. I am of the belief that if Sony doesn't sign a new agreement post ABK closing, I'm sure they will because they're not that stupid. But if Sony doesn't sign a new agreement by the end of next year, should ABK go through before then technically Microsoft no longer has to put COD on there.
Yeah, oh yeah, they get nothing. That's true.
They get nothing. They need to sign a new, because just like Minecraft, Minecraft now has a rolling agreement, and every few years, Sony and Nintendo have to sign to keep Minecraft on those platforms.
But I don't think Microsoft would do that though, because they're not in the business of no longer purchasing things. Because remember, even when they said full bore that Bethesda would live where a Game Pass lives,
Game Pass exists.
You had regulators trying to use that as gotchas, and it needed to be corrected. And they'd have they'd have the law on their side saying, look, they didn't sign the agreement. But unless they could prove that, hey, we really tried to make it work and they didn't help us make it work, just the fact that Call of Duty, which now is known by all regulators as the big behemoth, because you've made it known as the big behemoth, if it ends up not on COD, the next time they go to buy something, that will be a cudgel used against them. Oh, you guys said you'd put it on PlayStation, you didn't and the context won't matter.
Yeah, but not if they say, well, Sony didn't sign the deal. We put the
Unless
deal in front of them and Sony didn't sign it.
That may be the only way around it.
Saying.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I suspect, because, even though the current deal is for marketing rights, the next deal that gets signed, because Microsoft
it's just to
will
put
now
it on the
own
console in general,
that next deal is just for the game to exist on console.
Yep.
So again, as you all know about me, I'm Mr. Prick. If Sony doesn't sign that deal soon, I'd be putting my prick hat on and making that deal like borderline untenable. Saying, hey, and then Sony didn't sign it, so no COD on PlayStation. We didn't pull it, but they didn't sign a new deal.
No soup for you, as they say.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting because Sony right now is playing hardball and saying, well, we're not going to sign anything.
Yeah.
But my assumption is that if ABK goes through, they will probably sign very quickly after. Because right now they're not taking Microsoft's calls because Microsoft doesn't own ABK. If Microsoft owns
taking ABK
ABK
calls, to my understanding.
That's right. They're not even taking ABK calls. So my guess is that if the deal goes through, they will be taking those phone calls quite quickly. I mean, I would wager that right now there's some damage done to that relationship regardless. As Coog mentioned, Sony is screwing around with a lot of golden parachutes and paydays through shares and all that sort of stuff. Fair to say that may have an effect.
And Kotick is not known as the most magnanimous creatures in the world, so yeah.
Like you saw Seamus's stories about Bobby.
Not many seem to, I guess.
Don't think Bobby doesn't get personal. Bobby gets personal. When there's dodgy contract stuff going on, Bobby gets personal. Go watch that Seamus episode and see for yourself.
Extremely insulting.
Yeah, so don't think Bobby wouldn't make a phone call to Mr. Jim Ryan and maybe have some choice words. Because if Seamus's story is anything to go by, he would have some choice words for Jim Ryan.
Gordon Ramsay lookalike shit stain.
Yeah. Okay.
There's one thing we didn't mention that I wanted to bring up that I thought was pretty cool. Did you see the Mega Man DLC for Minecraft?
Oh yeah, I did.
Really good. That looks really cool.
Yeah, I did see that briefly.
I wanted to quickly mention that. On to the next one.
Skedaddle. Hi Nick, Jesse, and a warm welcome to TKOAsante. So what about a Recore Shadow Drop, guys? With all the acquisitions Microsoft has made, I had all but given up hope of ever seeing a sequel to Recore. I was therefore pleasantly surprised when out of nowhere the official Recore Instagram page posted for the first time in more than 5 years. Do you think Jez with his tweet knows more than he is letting on? Do you feel there is any future for this IP, or has Xbox in 2023 moved on to bigger and better things? Yeah, I did see that random Instagram post that Recore had. Very, very weird, isn't it?
I brought up Recore, what is it, a week ago? It's a little spark that never turned into anything. It was very barren in the gameplay, but I liked it. I thought it was cool. I wanted to see more in that world, you know. And the Mega Man DNA is very, very visible there. You know, it was very, very Mega Man. Yeah,
there's Metroid DNA in there. Like,
true.
Because there's some team members from Retro that made Metroid Prime on that team that made
on that team as well.
Recall.
Yeah.
And Microsoft obviously still has a good relationship with Asobo.
Yep, absolutely. So I, for one, you know, while people can have criticism of the first Mega Man, and I would agree with that because it wasn't the Mega Man. I mean Recore, and I agree with that. I would say it had a spark that's worth exploring. I don't know. I hope they take another bite at that apple and do something better with it, because time has passed. They have better teams now. They have a better mindset in the gaming now. Hopefully they do a better job of it.
I still maintain that with an appropriate budget and the right team and everything like that, I still think Recall could be something that grows into something. Like,
it could be cool.
It could be their Metroid. It could be their Zelda. And don't take my words as saying it could be as good as those games. I'm saying it could be Microsoft's equivalent of those franchises. Because I thought Recall, it wasn't a perfect game or anything, and you could tell the budget wasn't there for them. You could see that. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't something there to work with. Like, even Recore as it is, just a couple of little design changes could have made a world of difference to that game. Just a couple of little things here and there, like the fact that I have to keep going into one of those bases to change my robot combination and blah, blah, blah. Things like that. Just let me change the robots on the fly. Just let me change them on the fly. Just little things like that could have made a huge difference.
I mean, folks forget how Uncharted 1 played compared to Uncharted 2. Like, that spark was there, and then Uncharted 2 like really, really doubled down. When that spark is there, you strip away some of the cruft and you get back to work. That seems to be what Microsoft seems to lack, right? They let the sparks die rather than working on it. It could be pretty good the next time,
We've said that so many times before. Microsoft always had that problem. I don't know if it's still there, but Microsoft always had that problem where if you weren't massive right out of the gate, they just gave up.
Yeah, you may never get another shot. Yeah.
Sony and Nintendo have always been good at keep pushing. Look at Animal Crossing. It was always this kind of, not that it was nothing, but it was never this big franchise. Now it's one of their biggest. You know, Kirby was basically a portable franchise. It was always on the DS and Game Boy. All of a sudden, Kirby's big on Switch now too. Like, Nintendo and Sony persist, and they will only give up if they've persisted for a while and just nothing is happening. I mean, look at Sony. Look how many Killzone games we got. We got 4 of them on mainline console. We got a Vita, and we got 6. Like, you can't say Sony didn't try.
Yeah, they did.
They persisted with Killzone, and they kept going, and they kept going. 3 Resistance games. Like, Sony and Nintendo don't just cut and run. Where I feel like, especially in that 2010 to 2017 period for Microsoft, if your first game wasn't a smash, well, bad luck. You didn't get another one.
Yeah.
They've got to work on that. If you see something there, then cultivate and go try again, fix the problems, and see if the next one's bigger. If after 2 games, maybe even 3, it still hasn't grown into something, then okay, let it go. But at least you've given it a chance. The only franchise I'm seeing Microsoft kind of do that with is State of Decay.
Yeah, true. Yeah. They're giving it more chances. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was the first game on Xbox Live Arcade. I don't think that was a massive smash. It was an okay
people liked it.
success.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They obviously saw enough there where they said, okay, let's give it another go with 2. Again, 2 wasn't huge, but it was fairly successful. They've updated it. They pushed, and now there's a third one. That's one of the only franchises I've kind of seen them do that with in recent history. I know there's other games like Crackdown. Look at Crackdown. Crackdown 1 got a Crackdown 2, which got a Crackdown 3. But in recent history, I feel like State of Decay.
We don't talk about Crackdown 2, by the way. I'm sorry. We don't mention Crackdown 2.
See, again, I'm the only person that liked Crackdown 2, obviously.
I don't have any problem with any of the Crackdowns. They're all pretty fun.
I thought Crackdown
I didn't like
2...
2 was a skin of 1. It was a bad skin.
See, that's the thing, though. When you hear the story behind Crackdown 2 and its development, I feel like you may gain an appreciation for what they went through to get that game out the door. Like, they were given no time. They were given no budget. They were given nothing. And then at the last minute, they were like, oh, by the way, we want Crackdown 2. And they just had to quickly whip something up. So they built it off... Effectively, they just built it off the first game.
Yeah.
And had
which it shows. Yeah.
It was kind of a Miles Morales situation.
I was about to say,
Kind
it's
of,
funny,
yeah.
you know, Insomniac did it with Miles Morales and everyone loved it. Ruffian or whatever did it with Crackdown 2, and Crackdown 2 was the worst thing.
That's true.
I mean, isn't Miles Morales in the same New York?
Well, I mean,
made
we
it
don't
winter.
have to devolve. We don't have to devolve into that.
No,
but
it's not about devolving.
Like Miles Morales was a special experience. It really was. Like,
But hold on,
to the point where many like Miles better than the OG Spider-Man.
But you see, for
myself
Nick,
included.
this is actually a positive comparison. He's not trying
I was about to
to
say, I like Crackdown
negative
2.
Oh, you thought it was a positive? Okay, yeah.
But
I agree
I'm
with you
saying
there,
in terms of development, I'm not talking about the quality of either product. I'm saying
Sure.
in terms of development, Miles Morales, is it not built off the same New York as Spider-Man?
True. Same assets, the whole nines. People
Same
don't
everything.
Deny
But there's a
deny
new
that are
character
ridiculous.
with new powers, new this, new that. I
Yeah,
don't
absolutely.
see how, at its core, that's not the same as Crackdown 2. It's still
Yeah,
the same
the-
Pacific City.
I guess my problem
had-
with Crackdown 2 was that I was so excited after 1 that 2 seemed to be not as an evolution as it was. Because I played the hell out of 1. I mean, the hell out of 1.
So did I.
So when 2 became more of the same, it was kind of like a bit of a letdown. Like 3 I was excited about because they actually evolved the formula. They did more with it. 2 was kind of like, oh, you guys had such a spark. You could have gone further. You know what I mean? So maybe it's just me on that one.
Yeah. And again, I'm not trying to say that Miles Morales is as good as Crackdown 2 or worse than Crackdown 2. Or I'm talking strictly in terms of
Old
it was
assets
built
being reused.
of
Yes.
the first game. And that's what Crackdown 2 was. Crackdown 2 was
True.
just built literally off the first game. And they gave your character some new powers. And they added zombies and a day-night cycle. Very, very similar to what Insomniac did with Miles Morales. And everyone loves Miles Morales, yet everyone shit on Crackdown 2. It's funny how time...
Do they have a... Are you able to play that on back compat in 2? I thought 2 was stuck in the past.
Yes.
Or can you play that on Series X now?
2 is
You
BC,
can?
yep.
I will definitely I will revisit 2 because 2 left a bad taste in my mouth a long time ago and I haven't revisited it. And I still enjoy 1 and I still enjoy 3. So maybe it's time
I like
to
2.
replay 2. It's time to
I
replay
liked
2.
it back then. I thought 2 was... Because
2 was
again,
good. Okay.
yes, I understand the negative connotation of, it's just more of the same with some tweaks, but I didn't mind that because I love the first game so much. So... And again, please, I'm hoping I don't get clipped on Twitter and whatever. I'm not trying to say that Miles Morales is Crackdown 2 or worse. I'm strictly
one's saying
talking
that.
about development. Like, clearly, I don't think it's inflammatory to say that Miles Morales was built off Spider-Man.
You want me to you want some inflammatory? Don't even worry about what you're saying. I will say the same thing about Ragnarok.
Yeah, I said
consider
the same.
Fantastic. I say Ragnarok is blood and wine to The Witcher 3. And what is blood and wine? DLC for The Witcher 3. And it's better in every way than the base game. And I consider the same thing of Ragnarok.
I've said that something similar in the past. I didn't say that Ragnarok is DLC, but what I said was that I wouldn't be surprised if God of War Ragnarok started life.
Oh, yeah.
As
They've already
DLC
said that.
for 2018.
They've said that. Yeah. They've said
have they?
that. Yeah. They originally said that it was going to be DLC, and then the story and the scope grew beyond what they were planning.
Oh, well, there you go.
And then they created
okay,
a whole thing for it. Yeah.
I
that's
was
what they
right
said.
then, because that's what I said. I said I wouldn't be like. It felt to me as I was playing through Ragnarok, it felt like okay, this started as DLC for 2018 and must have grown and evolved.
Grown beyond. Yep. And then they built so much, and it's so good. So hey, DLC is considered pejorative. I don't call that.
That's what I mean.
all.
Everyone chooses like I wasn't saying I didn't make my Ragnarok comment as a negative per se. I'm just saying like that's just how it felt to me. Like that's how it started life. And clearly Miles Morales would have been the exact same thing. It would have started as DLC for Spider-Man, Miles Morales DLC. It probably grew a bit more, evolved a bit more. Yep. I think there would have been a little bit of, well, hold on, this is Spider-Man. Let's sell it as a full game. I think there might have been a little bit of element of that in there.
Sure.
But those two scenarios are both the studio's choice and the studio's freedom to do what they want. Crackdown 2 was not.
True.
Crackdown 2 was, we don't have a developer for Crackdown 2. We're abandoning it. But then at the last minute, they all of a sudden tapped Ruffian on the shoulder and went, quick, get Crackdown 2 out. And they were trapped in how they did that in the time frame they had to do that.
They had to do it, with the budget and all of that. Understood.
And that's why I feel for Crackdown 2. I feel for it
because
I
you
know
have convinced me, sir.
It.
I will re-download and replay that game because I need to reframe my brain on it. I actually bought it, so there you go.
Yeah, so did I. Dark Travesty in the chat. Crackdown 2 is free. If you don't own it, just go onto the store and grab it. Crackdown 1 and 2 are both free games. 2 Human, Crackdown. There's a whole bunch of games that are just free.
And another hot take. I actually liked 2 Human, but that's neither me and that's neither here nor there. Let's continue. I loved 2 Human. I thought it was cool.
I have not played it.
Oh, it's so cool. It's so interesting. It's very cyberpunky, weird, like combined with Norse mythology. It was really cool. Okay. Yeah, it was really, really weird and awesome. Yeah.
Okay. We still have a couple of questions. Good old Collingwood. Hello, Nick, Jesse, and generous welcome back to K. John. Or
just keep going. Yeah. Keep going.
Mm-hmm.
You must be rather chuffed to find your map featured on the Halo Infinite Season 3 trailer. John? So there was a tweet from PlayStation, and it reminded all and sundry that 10 years ago this week, the PlayStation 4 was officially announced. And of course, we know about the achievements this console had on gaming. However, the advent of the PlayStation 4 also brought with it the Xbox One. And we all know what happened with that console. But the Xbox One still happened. And we should still remember it. How do you think the Xbox One should be commemorated?
A great start, a terrible middle, and a solid finish.
I think my thoughts on Xbox One are well known. I think that is an underrated console in so much as it had a better library than people give it credit for.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, the best media player on the market. To this day, you find me a media player better than Xbox One. Just as an overall piece of
with the HDMI in and out and all of that.
Yep, all of that stuff combined, you find me a better media player on the market than Xbox One. There isn't one. It's amazing. And I'm also one of the very, very tiny few people, dozens of us, that was on board with their original vision for Xbox One.
As was I. I think people were fools for denying them, and now we live in a crappy world that doesn't have the ability to return or trade your digital games, because had y'all just been quiet, we would have had that.
Had but you all just shut the hell up.
Mm-hmm.
And the irony is...
let's give Microsoft some smoke. Had they had the context of their conviction to go forward, that could have happened as well.
Not only that, they probably weren't even ready to fully flesh it out yet. That was on them as well. But the irony is, look at GameStop struggling now. Microsoft was giving them a lifeline and they didn't even realize it. The world is going digital, right? The world is going digital now. Even PlayStation, I think, is like some crazy number, 70, 80% digital, whatever it is. Microsoft was saying, here, we'll give you a nice, smooth transition to a digital world. They still come and buy a disc off you, but they're going to get a digital license for their game. And so GameStop's like, oh, cool. So, yeah, everyone's going to be digital, but they're still going to come and pay us for that disc. So EB slash GameStop was being given a lifeline and a smooth transition where they could pivot to something else or whatever. Where now, if you walk into a GameStop or an EB, they're just merch stores now, effectively.
Yeah.
And it's come, some would argue, a bit too late. Microsoft was giving them that smoother transition. And in the end, everyone was connected to the internet. Like, my thing is, like anything, right? What has history shown us? When they get something wrong in their software, they work on it and they fix it. So yes, at the start, there might have been some quirks, right? Like, I'm seeing Winter Shoulder. People didn't want the online check. We've kind of had that ever since.
We live in that world today where it's
we
just
live in
done.
that world
like,
now.
Yeah.
Like when I start a Switch game, because my Switch isn't my home console, guess what my Switch does whenever I play a game?
Me
Comes
too.
up with a warning. Just checking to see if you can play this game. We already have that.
Yep. I actually have a broken. My OG first Switch was broken, so half my games never made it to the next Switch because it's stuck on that one.
Yeah, like this is what I'm saying. So we already got that world where I just think had we given them a chance to see that through, evolve it, push it, I think we'd be in a better version of a digital world than we are now.
Absolutely, I agree.
I could be wrong, but I just think we'd be in a better version of a digital gaming world now. Like by now, we might have got digital game trading, we might have got digital reselling, we might have got all these things where everyone wanted to bitch and moan and whine, and it set us back a few years.
Because if you look at it now, we have everything they said they didn't want, people didn't want, except the good stuff, which is your ability to trade stuff. So piecemeal, all of it came anyway to every console and every platform, except that part of you owning more of your license to be able to trade it back and forth. Yeah, you lost that, but everything else got put back in place. So you're absolutely right. We would have by de facto been there because then you would have had that part too. Yeah.
That's what I mean. And again, we could be wrong, and we openly admit that we are in the minority on wanting that original Xbox One.
Yeah, don't listen to me. I loved my Kinect, so who
so did I.
This is who you're talking to.
and here's a hot take: the design of the Xbox One gonna age far better than the Eraser PS4. From a design perspective, I think that design will age far better than the Eraser. Far better. I don't think it was ugly. I don't know why people think that was an ugly design. There was actually
called the
really
VCR. It is what it is. It's the VCR. I still have it. It's still kicking. My OG Xbox, like the first Xbox, still kicking in my office. I never get rid of any of them, and they're still running beautifully. So.
Microsoft designed it to kind of look like a cable box. That was how they wanted it to look. If you see it set up in an entertainment center properly, like I saw a guy who created this whole rack for all his game consoles. And the way he had it set up, all you saw on the Xbox One was just the front plate. And it looked stunning because all you saw was the shiny part, the matte part with the Xbox logo, and that's it. And it looked gorgeous. The PS4 in that same setup looked stupid because half of it was sticking out, and then there was a gap.
To your point about it being set up as a set-top box, in America, they had a deal with Verizon where they stopped selling Verizon set-top boxes and were sending you Xboxes, which had their software in it. So there were actually some cable companies giving you Xboxes because that software was already slipped into that stuff. So yeah, they were definitely doing that. And, it's unfortunate that dream had to die. It is what it is. What are you gonna do?
But there's so much of it left behind today. Like OneGuide. I've said this before. Google and Apple have both copied OneGuide. Microsoft did it a decade ago. Connect technologies in our phones. It's in our cars. It's Madam Tussauds.
Thank your iPhone for your Connect technology. That's how you're able to see your face. That technology literally was the Connect technology shrunk down iPhone. That's why you're able to face unlock.
They were ahead of the game, unfortunately, and it was a bit too far ahead of the game. The market just wasn't ready yet. Yep. And they had good games, man. That launch lineup, far better than PlayStation's. Far
One day
far
we,
better
we
launch
shall
lineup.
see we shall see a better version of Rise, Son of Rome. Still, to me, one of the best looking games out there that you can play. Still to this day, absolutely.
Yeah, yep. And I'm pretty sure we're still getting Rise 2.
Oh, please speak it into existence, sir. Do it now.
Well, it's the last thing on the list. So, what I have seen Crytek's roadmap, and everything on that roadmap that I was shown has happened. And
Except
the last thing on that roadmap is Rise 2. And their latest, have you seen their latest ads for job hires?
Has Marcus
got a picture
Marcus
of
Willis
Rise
in it.
there.
Yes.
Why are they putting Rise there? Like, come on. I still think Rise 2 is happening, but anyway.
I hope you're right.
Last question.
Let's go.
Last question, and then there's one more topic that I've seen in the chat that I want to discuss because I want to know why they're bringing it up. J White 723. Hey guys, few things. I recently heard about another handheld device called the Ayaneo. Ayaneo 2.
Ayaneo.
And it apparently performs better than the Steam Deck. It's more like a PC. So I believe it can run more native PC games without being limited to the Steam store. With that being said, I was thinking, does Xbox really need to create their own handheld? Yes. Would it be better to just offer PC Game Pass on these new devices made by other companies that seem to get better every day? If other handhelds start to run games locally and natively, what do you think Microsoft would have to do to make their handheld stand out and be different? If their own device were to sell at a loss, like the current gen consoles, wouldn't it just be easier to partner up? Also, that would mean getting Xbox games on more platforms and into more hands, which would only help their case for future acquisitions. Also, I don't think people realize how huge that nVidia GeForce Now deal is. I've been trying to get into the Witcher series by starting with the first one, but it's literally unplayable on my Mac, even my brand new MacBook Air. I downloaded it on Steam and used GeForce Now, and it was extremely smooth with no lag or issues at all, even with not so great internet. What are you doing, Jesse?
It's a really long question.
I know. If all Xbox games will play like that at the top tier subscription level, that's a huge step over the current cloud gaming. Games run as if they're native PC games. And lastly, Chef Life Simulator is amazing. As a chef myself, I've been dying for a true restaurant simulator. I thought in order for the chance to play one, I would have to make it myself. And I know absolutely nothing about game development. This is better than anything I could have ever done or imagined. I've worked in a Michelin restaurant here in New York City, and this game is making me feel that stress that I felt when I worked there. 9 out of 10 for the game, 10 out of 10 for anxiety realness.
We reviewed that.
Yeah, JY, I maintain that they need to have a portable Series S.
Yes. And to the point of the Aya Neo, it is great. Aya has been around since before Steam Deck was even a thought. That company is awesome. But you're buying a full-fledged PC in your hand, so you're paying almost $1,000, more than $1,000.
Yeah, they're like the good ones are like $1,400-$1,500.
Yeah. I'm looking for one to upgrade my Steam Deck to, but it's the reason you want the Steam Deck. The reason why the Steam Deck basically took over the environment is because they were able to subsidize it and get it to as low of price as it is now. You cannot expect anybody else. You need a Microsoft. You need somebody of that ilk to take the loss in order to bring you amazing tech at an affordable price. Aya doesn't do that. You're buying a full-fledged PC in your hand that just happens to be in handheld format. So Aya will always be great. They are great now. They will continue to be great. But you need the Steam Decks of the world. You need the subsidized devices to bring it to the masses, like Steam Deck has brought it.
I still think Microsoft has to do a portable Series S. It needs to be a Series S shrunk down.
I can't see them doing it because, like, we were talking about profiling a while ago. You know, how get your hardware working. The Steam Deck is basically a Series S, basically a little less powerful, but still basically a Series S. But to be a console, you'd have to profile for that, and then there's battery concerns. You can't use the full power of the hardware.
But if it's a Series S, you don't have to worry about the profile because it's a Series S.
Yes, you do, because it's a Series S plugged in. A Series S plugged in versus a Series S on battery are two different situations. You can never use your CPU and GPU at their full steam because you're not drawing power from a wall, and you need to be careful that the battery doesn't die on you like immediately. The battery. The power of a GPU and CPU scale quickly based on battery, right? That's why the what do you call it? The Switch has different profile configurations. There's the docked one versus the mobile one. Mobile one sips battery less. Docked one doesn't need to worry about battery because it's plugged into a wall. The minute you add that into Series S, every developer has to reprofile because you can't use that profile that's plugged in versus one that carries a battery, right? It makes their job even more difficult, right? Just that battery component changes because, like Switch, I have an NVIDIA Shield in my house, which is basically a Switch but plugged in. So it's far more powerful than the Switch because they don't have to worry about battery concerns. That CPU and GPU can be pegged at 100% the whole time. You don't have to worry about your battery dying in 2 seconds, right? So that
what
stuff
if Xbox
changes
came
stuff.
up with new battery tech made with
that's
nanoparticles?
That's the golden dream, people. That's the goal.
I don't know.
If only.
I still think they'll solve the problem and they'll do it.
I hope so. I want one too. I want one badly. I do hear that there's second and third party companies fiddling around, possibly contracts with Microsoft one day. You'll see some things like that, but like their own first party, like, oh, we're coming out with a thing, they would really have to like shift towards it. Kind of like how Nintendo did. We're all in on that. Yep. You can't just add it as a SKU because it complicates things. You know.
Okay.
And for those who really care, I have my Steam Deck. You can put an SD card in it, runs Windows, and then you basically have it. I'm running native Game Pass games on the Steam Deck. You just have to run it from, the source, and then it turns into a full-fledged PC that you profile yourself.
Yeah, I guess so.
I know I'm throwing cold water on you. I'm sorry, but it's not like they
I still think they're going to do it personally.
It's not like they can't do it. They would just not do it as an addition to what they have now, because then that's more SKUs to adhere to. You could move to it, but to make it one added to what you already have, now they have to work on the X, and they have to work on the S, and then they have to work on the S portable. Like it becomes even more muddy, you know?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, that's it for the community questions. Now, there is another topic I want to bring up, and I don't know why Ed Enzo in the chat keeps... He says, did I miss the Mortal Kombat 12 talk? Or did Nick already now that and didn't share with us?
And like, did you know beforehand or something? I don't know. The fact that they said Mortal Kombat's coming out in a freaking, what do we call it?
In the earnings call?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, apparently, like I've just quickly Googled it and I'm seeing an article on Press Start saying Mortal Kombat 12 has been announced and is releasing this year.
Mm-hmm.
Which, now that I'm reading that, do I say this? Oh, because I got a DM the other day. Because, I'll say it's been a while since we've had a Rumourmill on this show. And again, for those of you that think I make stuff up just to get clicks, I mean, we haven't had a Rumourmill for how long? If I was worried about clicks, wouldn't I be making stuff up like on a weekly basis? I got a DM. And Mortal Kombat was mentioned in that DM. Mortal Kombat 12. And I was like, oh, okay. So then when I saw Ed Enzo's talking about that, I'm like, wait, did I say something that I wasn't meant to without, like, in my sleep without even realizing? And now that I'm seeing this article, it's that it was on an earnings call and set to release later this year. That DM that I got makes a lot more sense now. I'm not going to say what it was. I should probably ask permission, and maybe on next week's show, if I get the okay, I'll mention it.
I can say something about that call that may be interesting to you. They said this. They announced the Mortal Kombat while also talking about the other slate of games coming out. But instead of putting the emphasis on Suicide Squad Kill Justice League, which is the big gorilla from WB, they instead emphasized this ambitious Mortal Kombat 12 project. And then also Justice League is coming out. So you'd think that the energy would be spent on Justice League because that's the big gorilla, but they instead spoke about how this big ambitious Mortal Kombat 12 was coming out. So it made me go, So there's that.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, look, I'll go back, and it may not be like a rumor mill per se, but I'll go back and ask my source that mentioned Mortal Kombat 12 and something to do with it, and say, hey, is this okay to mention now that Mortal Kombat's kind of official? Because, it was like yesterday or the day before, they mentioned in a DM that Mortal Kombat blah, 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 and I'm like, okay, I'm like, that's cool. It wasn't anything groundbreaking or oh my god, but it was just something. And Mortal Kombat 12 was mentioned, so I might go back and ask if it's okay to just mention this because I don't like saying things I'm not meant to say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like the games collection.
Yeah. I don't want to get in trouble like that again. Anyway. So that's it. So that's everything. And my God, I can't believe we've gone for 3.5 hours. Holy crap. I did not realize.
We did 3 hours earlier, too.
I thought, like, this was going to be a super quick episode.
Thinking that it was such a
I know.
week
I always
news-wise.
think
We
it's
still
going to be a
missed
super fast
stories.
episode, and it ends up not being a super fast episode.
Today has been my day of podcasting. This is awesome.
Oh my God. So
And you won.
thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone who showed up. Thanks, Asante, for chipping in. Like I said, we're always happy to have you on. Thanks to everyone who hung around for the full 3 hours or more, whatever it was, like 3.5 hours. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to our patrons. Thanks, Jesse, for continuing to make everything look good and do all the work behind the scenes. Kay, do you want
Army
to?
knife.
Yes, Kay, do you want to like plug anything or let us know what you're doing?
Oh no, actually, K Asante, you know where you find me, myself and Everborn Saga. We actually had Mr. Jesse Norris on the show this morning, so you can come check us out. We had similar conversations, different things we talked about there. We had a great time,
people. It was fun.
Yeah, we hit a milestone on our shows. Pretty cool, We had a milestone of people and a milestone of super chat. Somebody dropped $100. We were like, "What the heck is going on here?" Absolutely amazing.
Wow.
Like, just crazy, But we really appreciate all the support, and it was really cool, and all the great guests that come up. Maybe one day we'll get Special Nick to be able to join us. I know time zones are tough.
Yeah, what time does your show start?
10 a.m.
Like 10 a.m. Eastern. Don't know how that works for you. Yeah, I
It
know.
would be like
I know.
2 or 3 in the morning for you.
No.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, we'll do a pre-recorded episode or something. We'll work it out. It's not. I would not.
Remember, January was the time. That's when I was doing all those late night up early shows.
Yeah. No, we'll definitely work it out. No, I so appreciate being on the show. As you guys know, if I'm not on this side of the house, I'm in the chat, screaming like everybody else. I love you guys and I love the show and it's awesome. And I'm actually one of your latest Patreon subscribers. So there you go.
Are you?
So, absolutely. Yeah. I just signed up like an hour ago. So there you go.
Oh, because I'm thinking, hold on a second. I checked earlier in the day and like, wait, what?
No. I signed up about an hour ago. Well, we were mid-show. No big deal. But no, I'm a huge fan. I love what you guys do. I'm eagerly awaiting my book. I'm so excited. So yes,
book.
Yeah, so you guys will see me next time either on this side of the house or in the chat. And, come check us out sometimes on GCP, Saturdays, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we will hopefully have great guests like Jesse joining us once again. So thank you guys.
Yes,
absolutely.
Very good. Do we want to shout out anything, Jesse?
I'm working on Wolong. I'm 20-ish hours into it. We'll have that one hitting. We just had a Chef Life hit. That was actually doing really well because people flipping love simulator games. So we're becoming like the simulator hub. I just do tons of simulators. Gang is done simulator. People love simulators. So yeah, Wolong's the big one. We're hoping next week we get the Starfield Direct, and you can expect us to do a co-stream of that if they announce the date for that, probably later in March. So yeah, mostly it's just if any games are coming out, we are probably reviewing them. So keep an eye on the site.
Okay. Cool.
Very cool.
Me, nothing. Although I am waiting.
I
am waiting for Sifu to come because I'm very much looking forward to reviewing Sifu.
I've got us on the list. We should be getting.
You
But aside
like
from
hard
that,
games?
No, he hates hard games.
Normally I don't. But like everything, there's exceptions to rules. Like I love Tunic, and Tunic's a hard game, but it also had God mode.
Put it on God mode.
But I love martial arts, and someone who grew up loving like Bruce Lee.
Beat 'em up genres?
I was obsessed with Bruce Lee as a kid, and I love my beat 'em ups. As everyone knows, I love my beat 'em ups.
Yeah.
And I love John Wick. And when I first saw Sifu, it reminded me of like, this is what a John Wick game without guns would be.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, man.
It's
And
very
as soon as I
cool.
saw
You know what's
Yeah, like,
interesting
I knew
about
it was-
Sifu? Still no date.
Yeah.
Still can't pre-order it, but it has an Xbox page.
Yes, it does.
That happens sometimes if it's going to be coming to Game Pass. They don't let you pre-order it.
I thought they said it was coming to Game Pass.
They have not.
Are you sure?
That is a game that everyone should play. It is definitely to me, that is the evolution of the beat 'em up genre.
Yes,
More so than
it
even
is.
Midnight Fight Express, which is also great. But
Yeah.
Sifu was awesome and
No,
hard. as
Sifu's not
heck.
set to come out on Game Pass. It was only dated for March.
Okay.
I
Maybe it
would
is-
not be surprised if that's launching.
Hold on. I'm getting
On Game
multiple
Pass.
conflicting things here.
Yeah, because I could have sworn I read an article that said it is coming to Game Pass.
Yeah, I just read one that said it is and one that said it isn't.
That's what I mean. I thought it was. I assume that it will, but yeah.
I haven't
But
seen
we'll see.
anything saying it. It
Other than
doesn't
that-
say it. It doesn't say it on the Xbox Store listing, and I'm taking that to the bank.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, so you all know where to find me.
Here, and that's all you do.
On Twitter. Yep. But anyway, thanks to everyone. We will next week, episode 150 next week.
We have nothing planned.
We don't have any special guest planned because none of the ones I want reach out. Like they're not replying, they're not anything. So I don't know what we're gonna do, if anything special for 150. But I'll
Todd
say.
Howard on and no.
Oh yeah, Todd Howard. But anyway, that's all from us. So we'll see you next week. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Ciao for now.
Podcast is powered by Control. Control is a meal replacement and functional foods business whose mission is to improve the lifestyles of gamers and content creators by making them healthier. Their meal replacement shakes and meal on the go bars are the best tasting products in their category while also giving you all the protein, vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients you need to keep you going. Check out drinkcontrol.com and try out the sample kits to see what all the hype is about.